Hello guys, welcome. How are we doing? Let's just take a moment or two to make sure everything was looking to run smoothly here at the start of the day. As we get ready for some WardiTV Summer Bash qualifiers. Today we're going to be going through two qualifiers more or less back to back. So, we're going to be heading into this in just a couple of moments. We're going to start the day with young Yakov versus Lancer. So we're just going to take a couple moments and we are waiting for videos and stuff, but we should be underway pretty soon. Hello, how is everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well and is ready for some Starcraft. Like I say, double qualifier action today, so two qualifiers back to back. And we're going to kick off into this in just a few moments, get this underway and see what is going to happen. So yeah, bracket is in the chat if you want to check it out. And like I say, we've got two back-to-back brackets. The later bracket obviously won't be finalized or anything until later on. Signups will obviously remain open throughout the course of this first qualifier. So yeah, fun day though. Double qualifier is always great. As yeah, it just means plenty of action for us. And young Yakov is just hosting this up for us right now, so we're going to be off and away in-game in just a couple moments here. Into post-youth to start us off. So it is going to be ZVP. Lancer versus young Yakov. Lancer, previously known as Cyan, currently on a name change, hype train, so just going through that for a little bit. And yeah, like I say, we should just be able to get into this and get underway, see what's happening, as we have two qualifiers back-to-back, so there's no time to waste, just games to get into. Counting on down, getting ready to play. Perfect, so into our first game of the day, nice and smoothly. I am obviously still adminning as well, guys, just in case some stuff happens early. If I go quiet kind of throughout the first series or so, it's very possible I'm just replying to players and stuff, so just figuring all that out. As we kick off into the bottom left-hand side, we are going to begin the day with the red Zerg player. This is young Yakov. A Zerg that has continued to improve and push his limits and to get better and better and closer to, again, kind of consistently making it in the bigger leagues. In the top right, our blue Protoss. This is Lancer. Like I say, Lancer coming in under a name change at the moment, again formerly known as Cyan, a Chinese Protoss player that we're extremely familiar with. We've been casting for years upon years at this stage, right? It has been such a long time that we've been covering Cyan and so on. That's really cool to see as first Overlord just heading out across to the upper right hand side of the map. Just going to go out over to the upper right. Just going to go see what it may get up to. The Nexus drops in on the natural, so just going to get the in-base expansion on the way up as well. So Nexus coming down, pro production continuing, and this is Nexus first, which is something you can get away with on this map because it's an in-base expand, so you can really make it happen. So that Nexus gateway is similar, they're all coming through. Obviously with Nexus first, that little bit of extra economy to usual. As that probe will come across the map, Lancer will look to scout now and just try and see a little bit more of what's going on as well. So, looking for info over the next little while. Probe comes around to that bottom side again. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. No gas, sorry, just hatch and pool coming up. So, you're just going to bypass the gas, which works as well. Being a little bit greedier on young Yakov's side is not a bad thing, considering the extra bit of greed from his opponent. You get access to some gold minerals on this half and half base, but obviously the fact that it is half and half means that there's only 6 patches, so it's not the most mineral kind of, it doesn't last the longest of time, so it does encourage you to still get out on the map and take other bases that are out and around here. So that typically is very important too. As the Overlord of young Yakov flies in overhead and is going to confirm what's going on in this main base. Obviously, seeing the Cybercore timing will tell you the gateway timing, which tells you that this was not gateway first, it was Nexus first. So you are picking up information from the very get-go with this Overlord. And because that Cybercore is not done, you can even fly right in and deep and just kind of sit around for a little bit. You see the double gateways too, so you know your opponent has 2 gateway production possibilities. So that's also a factor as the couple of lings continue to come out up into the main base as well. A couple of depths continuing in. Chrono Boost will start. Such an old school build, going Nexus first into double gateway, and then kind of, you know, cranking out those double gate units to get them on the map and to put some pressure on and everything. This is something that we just have not really seen anywhere near as much of in recent times. There's a couple queens still coming through, the Overlord and Lings still coming by. Drones, hatchery, a couple creep teamers coming up as well. And as you see, the queen's just going to gather up atop that ramp. Third hatchery going down now on the left-hand side. And look at Lancer go. Talk about greed. Man's going to drop down the gold base. That's heckin' crazy, no? So gold base gets dropped down. Overlord of young Yakov moving through. A couple of adepts going to continue to come over. And they will shade their way up into the main. And they cancel up and decide that that is good enough for now. Just going to cancel that shade and back it off. Again, Warp Gate on the way, a couple of adepts, a couple of queens coming through, Lings, Overlords, drones, a bit of everything really is currently on the way out. So just mixing and matching. I mean, it's still early. The real eyes are kind of on what you do here as the Protoss player, given a bit of time on the back of what was kind of greedy opening. But now we're just going to throw down 2 more gateways, and the Overlord sees it. So you're playing 3 bases, 4 gateways, but you're going to have basically no tech. And even your units out of the gateways aren't upgraded the way they usually would be. No Stargate units usually means some kind of fast Twilight Council being out and, you know, Resonating Glaives or so being on the field. That is just not going to be the case here. So that's going to cause some question marks as well as adepts gather up and they will settle to try and protect this gold. And I can only imagine that's the idea, sheer number of units to protect this gold base with, and then to just take the later tech. Will he be able to survive as young Yakov starts building roaches? I worry, because this is right now going to be pure basic adepts. I mean, there's nothing great about this army. But the rest of the setup is amazing if he survives. So let's see if he survives. Link speed only just started from young Yakov and he builds a lair. I feel like he's building Ling Roach and he doesn't really need it. I mean, dealing with these adepts would be nice, but it's not like he can really, without Ling speed, get out on the map, which would be a real shame not to be able to do too much in that regard. A Dark Shrine is coming up. Gateway, Blink continuing through. Got a probe and a couple more batteries continuing up as well. Depth shade down to the bottom. Ling Roach Ravage is going to be sitting about as well. Dark Shrine coming in. Again, Blink coming in on that Twilight Counselors. Ling Speed's not here, but we're still kind of committing to this. A few more Ravages morphing in. The lair's great because actually the lair's going to give you detection against the DT. So if that's what you kind of figured out here as young Yakov, then what he's doing is genius. Oh, good corrosive bowels. He's killed 6 probes just there. Were they just stacked? That bile hit the Stalker, so it was covering any of the probes underneath. As we do continue through, I mean, already damage being done. Ling speed about to finish. The Lings are only about to get better. And we're just playing it slow, as Queens do not have Creep Spread to transfuse each other with, so that's the biggest shame of all. But there's the Ling speed, there's a super battery. Do they have the Ravagers close enough to potentially kill the Overcharge? I feel like we should have just committed to the batteries there, no? Overseer not ready, and the DT is doing serious damage. Morphin Ravagers trap the other Ravagers, and it's a disaster for young Yakov, as the DTs just aren't detected immediately. He has a way to get detection. Oh, is it going to last? Because Stalkers could try and target it down, and it's actually going to be the Overseer going very low. It goes down, so the DTs get to live again. And that's just going to be game as it all falls apart for young Yakov. DTs were a very quick and powerful answer there. As we get game number 1 of this wrapped up. And that is Lancer able to make the defense. Alright guys, we're going to hop into game 2. Give me 1 second and go check around for somebody. Alright guys, so we're gonna head ourselves into Oceanborn here for game number 2. Keep the games rolling, thanks for let me just be quiet for a second as we get set to go. In the top left-hand side, kind of felt like he had something going for himself with that push, but just didn't quite work out. This is young Yakov taking on Lancer, who is now up 1 in the bottom right. Alrighty, let me oh, that's not great. Let me just while we lag out, take a moment actually, because I just have another result to report in for people. Alright, give this a moment, guys. We might have a moment of downtime while we rehost. Obviously, crashing out isn't exactly something great. You got new ear pads for your headset? What a great feeling. I remember when I got my new ear pads. Felt like a king. So cozy. So it looks as though we're just gonna probably regame this. It's probably just a VPN issue or so, as our match of that gets rounded out. So we'll give it a moment, guys. I guess I will just do a couple of admin things quickly, as young Yakov's gonna post for us. Thank you, young Yakov. Let's try and check the different servers, see who's around. Why can't you fast forward? Probably because that's, I mean, you can try, but then I'm going to have to talk really quickly. Alrighty. Cool, just trying to keep things moving along. Like I say, we might have a couple moments where we just wait for Lancer to reconnect or so. We'll just give it a couple. Looks like Cyan has a apparently his internet or his SE2 is trying to update, so yeah, I'm gonna give it a moment there. Cool. Alright, so at least you know that Classic, not Classic, sorry, Cyan's on his way back. I was just trying to find Classic as well. So yeah, we're just waiting for Lancer to, like I say, re-update his Starcraft. Sometimes it does this. I have this thing as well. Alrighty, guys. Just like I said, just stuck waiting. Yeah. I'll just be waiting about. I guess I will run some ads while we just wait, just in case we have extended delays. Alright, Lens is back online, so we should be good to go in just a couple moments here, guys. Perfect. Alright. Let's try this one again. I think I I said ready myself, and I think young Yakov took that as Lancer was ready, but it's all good. Everyone's set. So we're gonna go into game number 2, guys. Kick this one off, get this going. In the bottom right, losing out in that first game after that timing attack went wrong. The DT showed up. He just didn't get his detection available straight away. There's young Yakov in the bottom right. In the top left, Lancer pulling off that defense. Now we get into game number 2. Gateway probe, just on the way out, nothing too crazy to start us out with. And just gas ourselves in. A couple of drones in the hatchery coming down, so we've had the probe across the map poking about a little bit as well. Gateway coming up, probe dropping in, hatch, gas, and pool. We'll continue to build for the moment. More drones popping out as well, so everything looking fairly standard just to start off with. Proby. Just coming down to the bottom right side. Again, the next in the cybercore coming through. The probe still coming up. It's going to be seen out Overlord. Having our cybercore coming in. Our next is coming through. The probe comes in, across past this little wall or this ramp in toward the main base. Again, just going to continue to check to see what's up. The Overlord chilling out overhead. Another drone pulls off to chase that probe down. The warp gate, the adept, all building. See those few lings are going to go in and they're going to go after that probe and they're going to be able to get rid of it, right? They catch it, they kill it. So that's the probe going down. Of course, this game already starting off in a much more standard way. No Nexus first. We're not going to go, you know, 4 gateways of units before any tech because we're not rushing out the gold base, etc., etc., etc. It's going to be seen our depth continues to move up. And we've seen the adept continue around. Stargate still coming through. Obviously, that's going to be an Oracle in the way, and that really is the epitome of standard here in this matchup, usually. Feelings heading across the other side. Just making their way over. Again, the Oracle coming through, the warp gate coming up. Step's going to get surrounded here by the lings. Good catch. They will fall, so the Adepts get completely taken out. Young Yakov able to clean those up. We pull the Lings back up towards the top side. 9 more drones on the way. The Queen's still building. Cryptum is coming through. The Twilight Council is on the way in. Additional probes are coming up. These Lings are going to hit at the front. They're going to go after the Adept. The Adept will go down. The Oracle activates. The Adepts and the Oracle are able to push the Lings away. Nexus will drop on that third base. The Adept continues to move over. Just seeing a couple of Lings taking shots. Which are going to come back across and finish off a probe. The Oracle activate means that these Zerglings are still being chased down. They get chased back out to the front. 2 more Adepts on the way. Nexus and a couple probes coming up as well. Spores, Lings, Queen, all in production as we do gather our few Lings just still out the front. But it's Glaives on the way from Cyans, or Lancer, sorry. So we are going to be seeing our Resonating Glaives. Going to be the next step. Amazing then for young Yakov. If he gets rid of some Adepts right now, every Adept you get rid of is less Glaives on the map. And obviously that's going to really depower what your opponent can do in the future. Is I'm going to commit to this as well. Morling's showing up, so not a bad commitment at all. Going to get rid of 4 Adepts now. This is going to be Adept number 5 going down. Now there's no protection on this third Nexus. The Oracle barely has energy to activate and stay active. Going to kill the pylon off. Here's another Oracle coming back home, and it will finally activate. I don't think we should commit to getting the Nexus here. I think that's going to be a lot of dead Lings and an unsuccessful endeavor if you try and commit through to it, as the Oracle activation is good to push this back. As you can see, the Lings come in again, though. They know these Oracles are low energy, so he's just coming in again and just saying, you know what, waste your energy then. Use your energy to save their space. Show me you can do it, and he cannot. Too many Adepts lost, I think, at the end of the day, and like I say, every Adept that goes down right now is pretty painful, although this has been a lot more Zerglings going down as well. Maybe an unnecessary man, but we actually get both Adepts still, so honestly, I take it. Resources lost is in young Yakov's favor. His opponent's playing Glaives with no Adepts, and young Yakov should not really fear the Oracles too much because he's also been draining their energy throughout this as well. So a lot of reasons why young Yakov's got to be smiling in this game number 2, being down 1 in this best of 3, but absolutely bringing it back. He sees Glaives now. He's already building Roaches back at home. He's in absolutely no danger there. Spore Queen combined will start to push these Oracles away. And yo, Hulken's bro, thank you so much for the 22-month resub. Welcome back. Adepts of Lance is still pressing forward. Just shaping their way down towards the bottom right side. Queen going to be hanging about there. Roachling going to show up. Just going to go jumping onto those Adepts. Roaches will get rid of 2 of those Adepts already. Still just seeing the rest of the Adepts coming across and over. The Adepts continue to move away up the right-hand side. A little bit of creep will move out the front as well. The rest of the Adepts coming out now and still hanging about over there. Ling Roach gathers, moves back down to the south. The 4th base about to finish up as well. Get rid of a few more creep tumors already, and still this army just Oracle Adept gathering and looking to pressure in. Units get cancelled. Just going to be seeing our Queens pushing across. Oracle's taking some hits. The Adept's going to continue over. "13 Roaches, couple of dropper loads on the way." Young Yakov definitely feeling like he did a lot early, which he did. And so why not capitalize on that right now? Roach speed, Overlord speed, finishing, so you can drop the Queens across the map easily. The Roaches can surge. It's going to be a very difficult hold here for Lancer. He might just about have Blink to be able to start defending against this with, but it definitely ain't going to be pretty. Doesn't matter what you look at or what you think. This is going to be difficult because, again, you took so much damage early on. The Oracles come back in, they're drained of energy, so they're not going to be part of the defense either. So one less thing you've invested into in this game that's going to help you to defend this right now. As Lancer sets up another battery. That's battery number 3 on this location. The Robo Facility's here too. That's great if it lasts long enough to pop an Immortal straight out into the fight, but what's the reality of that happening, or what's the chances of that happening? Probably pretty low. Here comes our first drop load, and we'll be able to unload the Queens here. Gotta be careful though, don't want to actually just get that targeted down. Roaches get force field. I think young Yakov is almost overcomplicating this. I feel like he's making this way more complicated than he needs to be, trying to attack in a weird place. I feel like just drop here, push in from this direction, take the ramp aspect out of this, and you would have been just absolutely fine already. Now we don't really have many Queens. I don't think the Queens are a big issue because, like I say, the Oracles were pretty low energy anyway, but I mean, you're losing time where you've had this surge of army. This first defense is Been pretty good. Now the Oracles will come in. There's a little bit of energy that they've got, and they will use it to get one Ravager, now two. Queens drop out, and we'll start to put some damage in as the Roach Ravager surges forward again, but this army of young Yakov is getting weaker and weaker. The batteries are still here. Super battery's about to fade away. Our first model has popped out, and it's going to be absolutely safe as well. Doesn't pop out into any sort of trouble or anything. The rest of the Roach Ravager is going to come back, decide what it wants to do or where it wants to go. And up around the top once more as we're just going to dive in. A couple corrosive files come through. Scaring those stalkers away. Battery as well, likely in some trouble. The Roaches will still fight a little bit, and I think young Yakov is just not really able to do it. And I mean, okay, he's going to transition. He's going to get the lurker done on the way and everything, but Lancer has survived here. He's going to start his fourth base as well. And young Yakov is all the way back home, so this is absolutely just going to be done for the moment. Wow. Wild kind of game so far. I feel like both games, young Yakov has had great killer opportunities, and then Lancer has just been able to deny and distract from them and be able to keep himself alive. Amazing stuff. You know, Hulkins Bro, thank you so much, by the way, for the 22-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We were on our way back up towards 500 subs, and then we just dropped off about 40 since in the last day, so the battle to 500 continues. But thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. How does he not win that? I honestly just think he got himself too caught up in a scenario that he didn't need to get caught up in. I just think if he'd gone up this position, instead of trying to drop on the ramp and so on, I think he just would have pushed in to at least have success. Like, he might not have won the game in that moment, but he would have put himself in a very strong position. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the way he approached it. There's a couple of lings will go down. Oracles still moving out and about. Plus to attack, disruptors are building. We do have the overlords in the back going to get taken down. Stalkers blink there, they get those shots, they will clean up. Obviously, if the lurk is out, we do hit a whole new stage of this game, but Lance has been very freely able to attack. Yes, he had to pull off a defense. Yes, he fell a bit behind early, but since then, you know, now he's been able to kind of build up, and now he's got himself a couple disruptors ready to go. He is feeling ready to put some action on the table. The front will go down as Lance is actually straight up pushing. We're not quite there on the lurker upgrades yet. Seismic Spines isn't finished. We're going to get a good revelation to see some of those lurkers in that high ground, so you're fully aware of what's happening. Uses the two disruptors to force the lurkers to reposition. It's the only two disruptors that we have, though, so you've got to be careful to then, you know, pick a fight if you don't have that threat of splash damage to potentially keep the Roach Ravager swarm away. Young Yakov counterattacking, but it looks as though Lancer is absolutely on top of this. I don't know what he saw it with, but he's seen it with something. He's so certain that this is happening. Need to be a little bit faster on the disruptor, though. He could have fired that disruptor and potentially just forced the Roaches back or even killed a bunch of them. The Stalkers will play good defensively, but every disruptor loss is obviously painful because you really do want to keep those splash units on the field, and you want to use them to power up your army and to put you into just a better and better and better position. Stalkers on top will get rid of an overlord there. The lurkers can fire some shots off. Disruptors go up that ramp. Ravager and a lurker goes down. We actually blink up. Obviously, some of the lurker upgrades are starting to finish now. Seismic Spine's already done. That's another good disruptor shot so far from Lancer. Oracle will drop a little revelation down. Our lurkers getting seen on the right, left-hand side. Our Stalker Zal coming about as well. Grab a change lane, move up this ramp. More troop tumors that we can get rid of. An overlord or so we can maybe make a play on as well. See, the army is still kind of strong from young Yakov though, and I love this, though. We're going to hit the left-hand side. Young Yakov's focusing, moving forward to your disruptors. Do get abducted. In fact, 3 get abducted. 1 died, the others get away. Now we get some additional abducts off, and some additional disruptors do begin to go down. The Stalkers out here got rid of the bottom left hatchery, so we'll reset to 4 bases. as the Zerg, who is up against a 5-phase Protoss. It ain't looking good for young Yakov, is it? Loses a bunch of lurkers here as well. That Disruptor shot, more of a warning. Is obviously not quite aware of where the units are at, but maybe could have just, nice to have it potentially come out a little early on, as our feelings. It's going to go chasing around. It's going to go grab the Disruptor. And extra lurkers are just going to be coming up as well. Just going to be morphing those in. And our Oracle gets picked off as well. Archons get abducted in. They both get taken out. So those go down. Storm on the way up, +3 attack. Is coming through as well. Oracle and the extra Immortals coming about. Extra Zelt's coming in. It's going to be seeing some more abducts coming over, and the Immortal has to back it up a little bit. And he's trying to catch that Immortal, but just about escapes away. Couple of probes going down. Immortal still on the way up. Another Immortal popping, but it gets caught immediately. Awkward positions here, and young Yakov positionally is way better off right now. And is maybe going to be able to do something with this as we do break through. Robo Facility drops, second one depowered. And Lancer, he was taking a lot of good fights, just has not been able to deal with this push across the map. He's going to try and base trade, which I absolutely agree with. It's probably one of the better scenarios, because fighting into a preset, location of lurkers is never going to end well. So I don't hate this idea, but it's obviously difficult to see how this still ends in Lancer's favor. He needs a lot of crazies to go his way in the form of this base trade for this to work out for him. Oh, Hydra goes down. The Extractor's in the corner going down as well. Hydra's Lurk is going to move up. You have DTs being walked in. Overseers non-existent at the moment. It's just splash. Is that just pure splash damage that killed those DTs? That's so sad for Lancer. There are Overseers. They're all over here, though. Yeah, that was actually kind of wild because the Lurkers were hitting the Zealot and the Splash actually killed off the DTs. The DTs are going to go for round 2. Did we kill all those Overseers again? We did. Yeah, all the Overseers died. 4 new Overlords on the way up. DTs can win you this game. And right now, they are pushing away this army. That's dead, right? So we actually can't build Overseers anymore. So we've got Spore Crawlers. This Spore is the only detection on the map. It is protecting the lair, so that's obviously very important. That's one way that this could have gone very wrong very quickly. As those DTs continue through, and like I say, currently no detection. So as this army runs forward, if this army just commits to trying to fight, this is not going to end well. Revelation can go down. Now we can hit these lurkers. And now we're just going to run this army over here towards this lair that's building in the Spine Crawlers. But this is going to give you a chance to get this army away from the main base. You've killed everything apart from this location. Even as we get the lair online, we're missing all sorts of production. Nexus top right is mining from young Yakov. From Lancer, so he has a good amount of probes. His economy is fine. Young Yakov actually has a ton of money, but how do you spend that money? He needs the production, and then he would need hatcheries to actually get the lava to produce. Army supplies are kind of even. Love the DTs going to find their way over here, but it's going to be the end of the DTs being mega successful because the Overseers are morphing. 4 of them on the way, and it's a Hydra Den coming up. So we do have a plan from young Yakov in terms of how to spend that money. Better be in a moment and maybe jump on that army. Might have not been a bad thing. In the end, that bank is going to end up being spent from Yakov. If he gets to spend that, then he's going to be in a pretty okay spot, right? So that's the big difference, just having that money available to him. As long as he finds a way to spend it, he should be good. He's already got a bunch of lava, and it's 9 Hydras on the way. Love the TTs. They get the hatch kill once again. Actually have some Storm available here. Oh, the Abduct's obviously very powerful. Abducts in this situation are so good. Low eco scenario. Obviously, efficiency is going to become critical. Abducts are just going to be amazing at just guaranteeing kills on units. We got one Viper that's very low. We do get another Abduct off. It's an Immortal that goes down. I just don't think we've got the strength in this army anymore to fight this. I don't even think it comes down to necessarily the bank or anything else. It's simply just the power of this army. And it does need to be going because you can see Lance's got 2 bases up, so he's ready to actually start mining across a bunch of bases. So it was important that Yakov came over here and started to do something about it all. A couple more kills come out. Lurkers, Ravager just going to be backing away. going to go finish off the main, which obviously you get rid of all this production, and that's very good for you. Lance is going to take the opportunity to counterattack, and I love that as well. Although, this is very Spinecrawler heavy over here, and there's actually Hydras here too, so it should just be okay for Yakov. I don't think he's going to find himself too troubled about this. I mean, he pretty much just got to go. Obviously, those abducts killing off so many of the tech units was pretty key. An Archon and Immortal get absolutely blasted here. Great storm on the Hydras, but I mean, now Lancer backs off again, but I just don't know what you achieve by backing off. This doesn't get better for you given time. In fact, this pretty much only ever gets worse for you given time. I'll try to Ravages and clearing up the structures in the main. Dark Shrine goes down, piling the Assimilator taking hits. We'll just finish these gateways up. Still got Stalkers, High Templars, the Immortal Disruptor chilling out in that low ground. The extra Hydra Viper on the left side as well, setting up too. Tower Council builds from Lancer, as this game is not done yet. I'm surprised Yakov became so afraid of just continuing to move forwards. I don't really see what was in this army that he was so afraid of, apart from just, I guess, High Templars, but even those had spent a lot of energy before. Now you've let them build energy back up, right? So it plays a bit differently. Well, Lance's on 3 bases, so he's actually in an okay setup should the game again continue, but I just don't see how he deals with this current army. Maybe pressure is on Yakov to kind of come forwards and do something, gets him reduced on the Disruptor, will kill it. I mean, are we that afraid of storms? Are we giving it too much respect and too much space potentially? 22 minutes DP on Oceanborn Lurkers get burrowed, Stalkers going down, the few Zealots chased away. Gonna get rid of this Nexus. Well, that's step 1 absolutely from Yakov. He's trying to move a few Zealots around, but they're gonna run into the Lurkers. There's a base bottom left as well, so we're manning much more properly here as Yakov than we were previously as well. Obviously beforehand we were really talking about Lancer having the bases and the mining. Now it's really Yakov that kind of sets up for that. Lancer gonna take this base as well. These Zealots will just get cleaned up, so they go absolutely nowhere. We're not really in a stage of the game where you can afford to just lose units for nothing, which unfortunately has been how this has gone last couple of moments. Templars and Immortals. Still on that right hand side. Another Nexus going down on the 3 o'clock. 2 more Vipers coming up. Overlord's building. The Evo Chamber coming through as well. Nice catch. Observer goes down. So he's still just chilling out overhead. Lurkers, Vipers, Roach Hydra. Moving up into the center, our army's gathering. Lancer's still down 45 army supply. Upgrades are pretty good on both sides, so that's not going to discern anything. Gets the Viper feedbacks immediately. I mean, that's what we've been missing kind of throughout this, and hey, we get them again. So actually a bunch of Vipers is going, actually might die here. Storms are really good getting free damage done. We still just do not have a way to fight into this many Lurkers though. That's going to be forever our issue right now, however. I mean, this was definitely the right start. If Lance is going to have a chance, this was the start to give him a shot at it, right? This was going to give him the best possible way. He got a lot of good storms off. Vipers will not do anything anymore. If he'd been able to hit those feedbacks like that in a previous game, he would have been in, well, nowhere near as much trouble. He does finish off every Viper, and that's interesting because, okay, we actually are back onto a Hive. It's still expensive to build the Vipers themselves, right? And taking lurker shots here almost feels like you just got to go for it. He doesn't have Revelation on all of the lurkers, though. My whole position in lurker fire, and Archon's going to go down. Oh, we save it very last second, but I mean, now you've got an Archon that just basically has no shield. It's basically a useless unit. I'm going to recall these probes away to this low ground base instead, but we're losing production, which means that you just can't even spend the money. If you do have any money left from there, well, I mean, obviously it's got a bit banked right now, but you just can't spend it. Obviously, you're just losing all this infrastructure as well, and, you know, stuff he's built up over on that side. More lurkers on the way. Young Yakov has more than enough economy at home himself now. Right? 54 drones is absolutely just going to keep him rolling along. Even going to get the Nidus up here, which is going to give you options. Nidus can allow you to obviously play some escape games, some repositionings. Maybe just get away from this top side and then come back around the bottom instead. Lane's coming for the wraparound. Immortal's going to get caught. Lance just says GG. We are going to go to game 3 here after 25 minutes of Oceanborn. Turned into quite the hectic game. It really felt like young Yakov was meant to win early. And then it felt like Lancer was taking all the good fights. That was just a crazy little time. Some of the matches still ongoing, guys. Classic playing Silking. Winner of that will play the winner of this series. Firefly 2 Nico Rect. He's in the round of 8 against either Spirit Rex or Ordinary. That section is still ongoing, it seems. It looks as though Ordinary just 2-1 Rex. Beyond waiting for Geralt or Goblin, and Nightmare versus Baby Marine, and Trap versus Jim currently happening as well. So all of that going down currently. Keep you guys up to date. Gonna have a little cheeky rehost here, guys. Not sure what happened, but we'll just take a moment. We'll get back into this game number 3 in just a few. Classic actually 2-1 Silky, so he's already into the round of 8 as well. Round of 8 is a qualifying best of 3 that we set up to, so. Awesome. Alright, game's continuing. As we ready up, and we get Lancer and Yakov on the way here in just a second for game 3. As soon as the players are ready. And keep this going. First series of the day has turned out to be quite the banger. It's turned out to be pretty darn cool. Alright, let's go into this, as we have got in the top right hand side our red Zerg player. This is young Yakov. He takes on the blue Protoss in our bottom left corner of Alcyone to round out this series, Lancer. Fun games. Fun games, lots of action. As we Chrono Boost on and away, our probe going to go moving up through. Just set up a gateway. Are we going to scout? Not with this guy. We're actually already scouting with this probe. So that probe's very early. We'll get the block off on the hatchery. And that hatch will then come down over to the right side instead. So gateway coming up, probe still coming through, hatch gas pool, all being brought on in. So it is gas with the pool this time, so that's gonna obviously give us access to that link speed and so on. We've seen that first game we had a very different approach to all of that. Didn't really stick to it. Game 2, though. Makes sense to kind of see him changing it up based on the maps. I mean, first map, Post Youth, really was meant to be the most different map of all, and it absolutely has been and should still be. Definitely just expecting this from Lancer to be a Stargate and to kind of go from there. On Alcyone, be kind of surprised to see like an immediate commitment to Twilight Council. Doesn't feel like you get too much out of that. Oh, this probe falls back. Just been following the probe, not much else going on yet. Our first few lings are out, and one of them's fighting this probe now. Otherwise, the Stargate goes down. And that actually comes back out to the center of the map. So just going to bring this back through. Just trying to take control of it for a little bit. We're just going to be there. Ends up taking a few more shots. Bring that back out into the center. Void Ray will chrono boost along a couple of probes, and the Wolf Gate coming up. Link speed is coming in. And drones in the hatchery continue coming about. And OV still just chilling in the upper right hand side. Just keeping an eye on anything that's moving forward. However, this Void Ray is going to push back a lot of these Overlords and scouting, and then the Twilight Council behind this could be a fast Glaives follow-up. And maybe that's where Lancer will find some success, because obviously he tried to go Glaives last game, never really got to go for the Glaive follow-up because he just lost too much early on. Maybe he still likes the idea of that and actually getting the chance to try it out. So Overlord is going to go down, doesn't get any extra info apart from what he already saw in the natural. Twilight's in the main base, so you don't get to see that at all. As this Void Ray begins to move across to the upper right-hand side, a few Lings running in underneath. Resonating Glaives already building, the probe is coming through, the Adept is finishing. So yeah, we are just going to see that attempt to go Glaives once again here. Will young Yakov be ready for it? Currently just establishing, again, additional drones and everything else. Couple Queens gathering up. Broadway doing its job of just keeping information pinned back, right, with pushing those Overlords away and everything. Of course, at this point, you're seeing some Adepts, you're seeing, you know, no Oracle as well, I think, is a bit of a sign at this point. Like, you know, hey, what's up? Roach Roaring starts, but it's not going to be, you know, incredibly fast Roaches against this. We might have to buy some time as young Yakov to really be able to deal with this Glaives timing. As he chases across, he's able to get one Adept. Open into that front door a little bit. Still got the Resonating Glaives coming online. Nexus are coming through. The Assimilator coming up. More probes on the way out. Evo Chamber will finish in the front as our Lings come back over that right side. Again, Roaches in the leg continue to come through. Steps continue to fire up some shots. So again, getting a little bit of extra damage out over that. Is Depth 10. Like I say, Roaches are just not quite ready yet. Now we have the Roaches starting to pop out, but this is already 9 drones killed. A lot of drones not mining during this as well as they run and try and hide. 14 drones killed. I mean, this is a very, very aggressive start from Lancer and is getting the job done. He's killed a lot of units at this point as well, right? Killing a few more Lings here. This Roach goes down. These Adepts going to have free reign on the third base. We're still dealing with Adepts in the main base. 22 drones now killed. These Adepts actually maybe didn't need a shade there. Could have just stood around and killed a Queen, but I guess shading keeps them alive, and maybe that keeps you kind of happy as well to know that some of these Adepts are still out alive and kicking. 4 more gateways now coming up here on the side of Lancer, so bringing all 4 of those gates in. 3 more Stalkers coming about, a couple of probes coming in. Lings settling in the upper left-hand side for a little bit. Going back around to the center. So roach speed is coming up. The extra drones are building in. Our hatcher on the right side, fourth base, getting going. Your adepts just going to go shading about a little bit, moving their way out up towards the top. +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Cyan just did so much early. Sorry, Lancer did so much early. And now, with Stalkers on the map, Blink done, we're going to keep the pressure going and just going to make it so difficult for young Yakov to recover. Stalkers show up, they will poke their way through this hatchery a little bit. We got 7 more drones during this, by the way, as adepts go into the natural, so Stalkers are just one part of the damage being done here. Just turn back onto this hatch. The Roach Ravager comes through. Trying to blink away and actually doing a pretty good job of it. Gets an extra Ravager. Beautiful blinks, actually. Really did a great job of just keeping units alive for as long as possible. Really nicely done as we go back to the front. Ravager gets knocked down, a few more Lings being shot at. The Lings and the Roach are still chasing. Stalker's actually going to eat a Corrosive Bile as well, so that's going to be a Corrosive Bile to hit those Stalkers. So damage done there also. Another Dan coming through. The extra drones, Lings, and Roaches all on the way. +1 missiles coming about, extra gates and the cannon coming through as well. Ravager's just going to get there. Stalker's again pushed back. Have a charge and our +2 attack upgrade continued up as well. Still some more Stalkers coming in. Drop down a gold base on this left-hand side. Stalker's going to fight once more. Roach Ravager still taking damage. Hive on the way up on that main. Again, we're just setting up on 4 bases across the board at the moment. Another extractor coming through. The Zealots on the left-hand side from Lancer setting up as well. They're just going to come about. +3 attack, +1 armor, continue through. Look down in the Hive building up. Couple drones just going to come across towards the extractors. Our Stalker's just going to fire. A couple of Queens will go down. Continue up into this right side base. The few Zealots in the main base are going to come charging through as well. Stalker's going to have the Lings getting around the back of them. The Roach Ravager able to close the distance. And Yakov is still trailing in supply. He is still trailing in drones. He's just still not in a great position. But he's slowly working his way to Hive and Lurkers. It gives him an opportunity, right? If you can genuinely get to Lurkers, I can almost always be made something of a believer. Stalkers are just out down to the bottom. Just going to pull back toward this Nexus. Going to be an additional 5 Stalkers warping in the center. Lings still taking some shots. Adept getting a few hits off there. Zalt surrounded though and does get cleaned out as we open up the rocks. Stalkers going to continue to come through. Roach Ravager still taking hits as well. Stalker going down. We blink back a little bit. The extra Lurkers coming through. Roaches, Hydras, Ravagers still firing away. There's 2 missiles, Adrenal Glands, everything being built up. The Seismic Spine still not far from being done. Again, the double Robo facility on the way up from Lancer here, so he's going to go into a whole bunch of Robos. It's going to be triple Robo to kind of get his next bit of splash on the field and really trying to prioritize getting that splash damage up and running then. Bunch of this army turns back around. The Zards are going to come through the top. Maybe look for a cancel on this hatchery. The drone just going to get denied instantly though, so that goes down. Stalkers now, they pick their way through a couple of those roaches. Another couple fouls come into play. Our Lurker's going to be firing up, and the Stalk's taking some damage there. Maybe a little bit painful. Zealots continue through. A couple of them jump onto this hatchery. The rest of them going to move up to that high ground. So it's going a couple of different directions. We have had 3 drones built so far. Now some Zealots onto this third base as well. Can we actually get some drones, though? I mean, it's a lot of Zealots to go giving up for not doing much. Would maybe love to see the Stalkers again, but the Lurkers are covering well. And yeah, for all the different places those Zealots hit, would have liked to have seen that be more effective. Now we finally get some more out of this by clearing up these Lurkers. I was waiting for some Zealots to come around as kind of an initial engagement to it, so protects the Stalkers from just getting heavily targeted and obviously just melting, which they would do. They would absolutely do, given the situation. Stalkers back over the right, Zealots getting up to the top. Entry goes down. Stalker's fighting a Lurker. Gets jumped on, cleaned up. We go back to the upper right side. There's a Lurker there that's going to fire a couple times as well. Love that we're getting rid of so many Lurkers. We've got like, what, 7, 8 now? Yeah, 7 Lurkers have died. We actually finish off the base. No 4th base for young Yakov. He just is not quite surviving the way he needs to. And Lancer, is really all over the map still. Bases just everywhere you look, and he just has base after base, so very difficult to imagine young Yakov can find a way to really turn this around. Like I say, like, Lancer's done everything right so far. He's kept the pressure up, he's been able to expand himself. Honestly, the early damage was very good. We're just playing out the formalities of this, really, but yeah, there's definitely, you know, it's never just done, but you can just see our Stalkers blinking through. Zealots are going to start charging forwards. A couple Lurkers will be getting cleaned out here. And I think this is the power that we need. 4 Mortals in the back is just such a brute force unit that yeah, any sort of Roach Lurker force just not going to survive this. And if it's only Hydras left, the Zealots can play wraparound on those. Lancer will take this series. First match of the day becomes quite the banger between Lancer and young Yakov. Back and forth ZVP, but it is Lancer to get the better of young Yakov and to move through to play Classic in the round of 8. Meanwhile, Goblin and Geralt are apparently playing a very long series. So that seems to be happening during this as well. So that's taking a little while to take place. Trap and Jim, winner plays Nightmare, and Spirit vs. Ordinary, winner plays against Firefly. So a couple of PvPs hanging around. There's potential for Beyond vs. Goblin / Geralt series soon. That could be fun. Classic plays Lancer, that's also PvP, so it's not something I necessarily want to focus on. Though it is a possibility. Geralt and Goblin have been in-game for 17 minutes. I can only imagine that's a game 3. It's just been a very long match. And I want to wait, because you could also get Spirit Firefly if they finish up at some point soon as well, so I feel like that could also be kind of a full match. So I think we'll just take a couple minutes and not go PvP, and just see what else we can maybe get our hands on. So I think that will be the plan, but we will go to a quick break, come back with some more Starcraft here in the near future, get that underway. Sweet. Alright guys, let's take a quick break then. Come back and see where we're at. I'll see you guys in just a few for more WardiTV Summer Bash Qualifier action. Hello guys, just waiting to see what happens matchup wise and if anyone finishes up soon. Spirit just came out of game, so we might have Spirit Ordinary winner versus Firefly happening. Looks like they're going to go back in. Ordinary is chance. That's some TVP that's happening. I kind of want to see the winner of Goblin and Geralt against Beyond, to be honest. I feel like we're going to hold out for it. They can't possibly Goblin Geralt take too much longer, is my current logic. Because they've been going for about, well, over an hour. Playing some long PvPs. I mean, I guess that's very typical of them, but... So yeah, we're just maybe our sunk cost fallacy at work. Yeah, surely not gonna be too much longer. Yeah, it would have got if it was just Spirit against Firefly already, fresh series. I would take it. I just don't really want to jump into a halfway done match. So we'll just play the waiting game a little bit, guys. Trap and Nightmare will play the bottom side quarterfinals. Another PvP. Round of 8 is a qualifying round. Yeah, we'll just we'll give it a little bit. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we can do. And yeah, more Starcraft hopefully on the way ASAP as we work our way through this qualifier. So top 4 do qualify. There's $75 up for grabs for first and second place as well. So there's a little bit of money to be had there. Dun, 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 dun. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's week's going? Got something fun tomorrow. I don't know if we're... Well, tomorrow we'll start the day off with World Team League. But then we'll be actually doing some Battle Aces. We have a tournament. Battle Aces tournament coming up tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. So that's going to be a bit of a double whammy tomorrow. We'll probably do 3 hours of WTL, however much that lets us do. Might not be the whole thing. And then we'll just go from there. Because we'll have to go live for the Battle Ace certain time because it's a set event. But yeah, we're going to have 16 players playing a bunch of show matches. We're just putting final touches to the list of players and match order and stuff. And then we'll good to properly announce it. I shouldn't have believed Goblin and Geralt were going to finish, should I? I'm already having regrets. Already having regrets. Ay, ay, ay. Only Indy was here. Yeah, we would have had at least some eyes on the game. There's no one else covering today, actually, so we have no other games being kind of shown right now. Otherwise, we might have been able to get a sneak peek on where it was before making our choice. $27 in game. Yeah. So yeah, guys, we're just literally waiting on that to be figured out. Once that's figured out and done, we should just have more games. From there, we'll probably just have games the rest of the day. The wait here probably means that we should be able to just go from there on out. They're really just playing a long game. Lovely. Do I want to go through the WTL matchups? I was just looking at them. Liquid and Weibo seems pretty fun. Spirit can't get away from Maru apparently as well. I mean, Shopify Basilisk looks great as well, but I won't be here on Sunday, so I won't be able to cover that one. I'm just here Friday and Saturday for WTL. And Gabe's debut, yeah. Is that also Sunday? That's also Sunday, right? Yeah, I won't be here for that. Unfortunately. Geralt and Goblin are about to hit the 30-minute marker. Amazing. Alright guys, well, we're just waiting on players. I'll be a couple moments I think, just while we wait on them. My voice is not holding up too well today, I don't know why, but we'll just wait a couple moments, then we'll be back. Hopefully we'll have a matchup. We're kind of just waiting for Geralt Goblin winner versus Beyond, so take a couple. Hopefully we'll have a result soon. We'll be able to go from there. Okay, guys, Goblin Geralt are still playing, so that is just continuing through. We could have really gone something else, couldn't we? And keep in mind, if Spirit and Ordinary come out of game, we can jump in on those guys as well. There's a possibility. Just no one's coming out. This is all because I wanted to avoid a PvP. We could have done the PvP and probably got back in time for the TvP, to be honest, at this point. It was a bad business decision, guys. Got greedy waiting for the matchup I wanted instead of the matchup I already had. Ay, ay, ay. Never lucky. Never lucky. So a reminder, we do have a second qualifier today, so we're going to be here for quite some time because our second qualifier will take place starting about 2.5 hours from now, so I'll probably see a lot of the same players, maybe even some different players, maybe some EU guys. I'm going to show up and give it a go as well. But yeah, we're currently stuck gameless just because the Geralt Goblin match is now heading towards 40 minutes in game time on their current map. I mean, this is a series that started like an hour and 15 minutes ago. Current game 40-ish minutes. Hopefully it's at least game 3. Or it's a 2-0 if this goes to a third game. I'm not even sure if I want to jump in on that. That sounds terrifying, but maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Ay, ay, ay. Imagine if it's game 2. I mean, it might be. They might play a 40-minute game 1 as well, right? Who knows? We certainly don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have been sat around waiting. Oof. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bada, bum, bada, bum. So yeah, they have officially crossed the 40-minute mark, guys. Still Spirit and Chance in game as well, so like I say, no movement there. And we are just sat waiting, waiting, waiting. Love a good qualifier that gets all caught up. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, Juvia? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub. Don't worry, he's sticking around. I appreciate it, guys. I just Wish I'd made better choices. Like I say, we're literally just waiting for either of the other round of 8s to be ready to go, and we'll jump straight into it. Just waiting on all that to get figured out. I keep seeing loads of different people like coming in and out of the game, and every time I see my friends list change, I'm like, was that them? No, it was not them. How do I feel about EWC brackets? Oh, that's actually a fun one to talk about. I actually think bracket A was kind of... I kind of saw the two brackets, and to me, bracket A is like so much... I want to say it's easier. Like, obviously it's... I don't think there's any easy option, but I definitely think bracket A is easier. I mean, bracket B is just like monster after monster. So, bracket A to start with, Maru versus Spirit. So, you know, I think Maru wins that, right? Spirit's been good lately, and like his TVT is scary. Oliveira Bjorn, both very capable of beating each other, maybe even putting up a fight against Maru. Like, this section is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And then Gumiho, Estrella, Hero Marine Dog, to me, Hero Marine, Estrella, and Gumiho are less likely players. And probably Bjorn, Oliveira, Spirit. Like, to me, the real contenders to kind of win the whole thing in this group is Maru and Dark, right? I don't think anyone really disagrees with that. But if I scroll down to bracket B and I'm like, oh yeah, real contenders that could win it all? Serral, Hero, Raynor, Clem. A very informed Cure could maybe make something happen as well, right? Like, absolutely. Absolutely. So I just feel like there's more top... Like, there's no easy matchup. Everyone's very good. I just think there's more top-level threats in Group B than there is in Group A. That's not to say that Maru's definitely going to make it through here, right? You know? Or anything. Like, there's upset potential. TVT is great for Maru, but it can also be very dangerous. So I don't know, man. Like, I look at this and I think, yeah, I think this is a more doable bracket overall, because there's just less people I expect to maybe make it all the way along. Whereas I look, like I say, I look at this one, I'm like, yeah, there's a bunch of people I could really see making it further along. How does it work for Showtime? So these guys play this double elim. If you get knocked out before going to the second versus second match, you just go into the knockout bracket, and that's where Showtime and Shin will begin. Just in the knockout bracket, single elimination, best of 3. Brutal. I don't like this format. I don't think I'm a massive fan of it. It's just so... It's almost overly complicated for the sake of being overly complicated. They could have done, like... I just think they could have done different things without it being, like... So it's essentially triple elimination, right? You lose 3 series and you're out. But the magical part is... Geralt and Goblin just came out of the game, by the way. The interesting part is it really builds up this, like, final 4. It's just confusing, though, because, like, you play the knockout bracket and only one player from the knockout bracket gets to the final 4, so there's just... And like, if you go through the lower bracket, the second versus second match is brutal as well, like... And then you can go all the way to the second versus second place match, lose out, and the only advantage you have is you're one best of 3 further along than the guy that went 0-2 up here. To me, that's what I don't like, I think. I think it would be fine, but it feels like this section, like, losing here can almost be just as barely any worse than losing here. Like, you see what I mean? It's kind of crazy, no? Don't get me wrong, each and every one of those positions is worth a lot of money. For example, if you just win one series here and get into second versus second, it's like plus 5k USD. But then if you... So, for example, say you get to the second place match and you win, you're guaranteed $80,000. And if you lose, you're only guaranteed $20,000, and then you're in a knockout matchup of a best of 3. Like, that's crazy, no? I think it's almost too much variation. I feel like it's almost too much variation, almost a little bit too brutal. Spirit 2 Ordinary and Goblin 2-1 Geralt. So we're going to have Goblin versus Bjorn coming up for us. We're going to get ready to jump into that. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like the initial brackets are so... Like, just going through... I understand, like, if you don't get defeated, sure, you should have an advantage. But, like, winning 3 matches and being guaranteed top 4 versus winning 3 matches... Or losing your first match and then winning everything in the lower bracket and then losing. It's like... I don't know. To me, that just puts bracket look too heavily into it, which is why I think there should have been something more like group stagey. But yeah, I mean, obviously the games are going to be great. I mean, we'll see how how it works in person as well. I might be a bigger fan of it when I see it working in person. The thing that it is though is it's kind of brutal. I think it's kind of complicated for the everyday player as well, or the everyday viewer. But we'll see. Like, it might be freaking sick. That's the beauty of it. Might just be really freaking cool. It might be awesome. But man, every single series is going to be so important. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. So we're going to get Beyond vs. Goblin coming up here, guys. This will not be too much longer. Thanks for your patience. Alright, so it's going to be Beyond Goblin. We are set to go here, guys. Alright. Finally, some Starcraft 2. Thanks for your patience, guys. Let's get this ready to go. As, yeah, Goblin came out over Geralt, so, you know, a good warm-up for him. Casual 40-minute game 3. I'm going to get ready to go into this. You know, this is going to be the classic. We wait, like, 30 minutes for Goblin versus Beyond, and then Beyond's going to kill Goblin in, like, 3 minutes. We've seen it happen before. I don't mean necessarily, like, Beyond against Goblin, just, like, typically when we wait a long time for a match, we get the next match, and it just doesn't last very long. It happens. It happens. Top left, blue Terran player is Beyond from the Shopify Rebellion. Taking on the teal Protoss in the top right, Goblin. Repping the Platinum Heroes still. So again, one of the best of 3. Ghost River, fairly aggressive map because of the size of it. And I would not be too surprised if Beyond came out with some arms a-swinging. He's been waiting a while to play this series as well. I feel like he's going to be very ready to get into it. So, our Axe and our Gas start on up. We get that underway. I'm just going to be seeing our Gateway building on the side of Goblin. The Probe heading down to the bottom side to see a little bit more of what is happening. So Probe ventures across the map. Zelda and the Cybernetics Core on the way up. Probe still producing through. Just patrolling around on the natural. I'm just going to move up toward the high ground. We just have ourselves a factory and the Reaper coming about. Cybercore and the Nexus coming in. Probe gets back over to that right-hand side again. Nexus and the Assimilator coming up. Factory and the Reactor coming down. SCV producing. Our Probe is happy with the Scout, and the Reaper now going to come onto the map. Give us a little bit of something to follow along with here for these early stages. Let's see what we can get done as our Reaper heads to the upper right side. Just going to get a Probe here early, right? Oh, okay. Actually gets to the high ground, and the Adept is there. That was about just going to shade on through. Reaper going to get chased a little bit as well. Obviously nice to keep the Reaper alive. We do not really want to give this up. It's nice just to have that constant ability to go back in and scout again. Twilight Council drops from Goblin into the main. The Cyclone moves through, Starport continues up, the Adept still moving over, and the Reaper's still moving about a little bit as well, again just checking around to see a little bit of what is going on. Reaper coming out to that far left-hand side, again Starport about to finish, Factory finishing up on the Tech Lab, and a few more Marines still popping out. Again, Twilight Council completing soon, Robo Facility on the way, extra probes and the Warp Gate coming up as we speak. Once again, the Cyclone and the Reaper together, just going to sit out the front of the Natural. Banshee and the Cloak actually going to start up as well here, so Bjorn getting that on the go. And there's a couple of units from Bjorn going to pull back to the center. Obviously, Bjorn doesn't want to necessarily lose these. To keep the Reaper around to try and gather info. As that Banshee really suggests that he's going to have a very aggressive army combination. Checking the front, we see those few Stalkers. One extra gate coming online to make it 3 gates in total, so we're not even at the point of being super aggressive just yet. Reaper gets up to the top, the Stalker's going to be there, Reaper gets turned around immediately, so that Reaper will not get anywhere at all, and shut down pretty much straight away. Once again, our tank getting going with that Cloak Banshee as well. That production continues through for the moment. In the center, Banshee continues across the right side. The Observer goes out over to the left. Stalker's just going to be there, and they pick off that Reaper immediately. And, well, I mean, now you still know the Stalkers and where they are at a little bit, as the Banshee will finish Cloak in a second. If it tries to go in the main, it's going to have a bad time. There's an Observer there. And Goblin is being very patient as well. He's not super rushing to a third or anything, so putting himself in probably the better position to try and defend against something along these lines. As this Banshee now retreats back over to the left-hand side. Observer gets scanned, picked off by the Cyclone Marine tank. Begins to move forward as well. Remember that this army's not upgraded really, it's just pure kind of power of the units. So that's great in some regards, but in other trades it's not going to be so hot. If you lose those tech units, the Marines will likely perish on the follow-up. So that's likely a factor to consider here as well. The tank's still chasing. I love that these Stalkers have been able to do so much. Just lead across towards that third base. Looks like the Banshees decided to go on a bit of a journey though, and they went across towards the Natural. Oh, we do kill one of them at least. So one goes down, but I think this third base is dead. Nexus gets cancelled right here. Marines and the Cyclone will come forward. Just going to pick their way through that pylon, clean that out. Most Stalkers here is going to go blinking forward. A siege tank goes down as well, so it's going to be easy pickings on top of everything else. Marines, Cyclone, the taps, all firing up here. There was a gateway that was taking a few more shots. Get a few more hits off, and that's 2 more probes going down as we just sit to get able to pick away at this pylon. It's a huge pylon to get rid of because that means you're going to depower charge, so it delays the Twilight Council from doing more. Got a gateway as well. This is getting better and better. Cybercore also going down. Goblin is bleeding out at the moment. This army is doing way too much. We're even going to turn our attention on towards the Twilight Council. However, now the units are going to come in, and this should finally be the cleanup. To get rid of an Immortal in the process, though, so that's also going to be expensive. Our Stalker's still moving about. Our Marine's still trying to fight. Stalker's still coming over to the top left-hand side. Prism setting up. So it's going to go, and it's going to get rid of the SCV. Most Stalkers getting picked off, the units getting chased away, and the Marines still out at the front. Tanks continue to siege. Just going to step forward. Stalkers are going to get hunted down. Pushed out over to the right side. A strong bit of bio there as the prism comes through. Put some damage into the main base and counter aggression. Goblin really needs this Colossus to stand up for itself. I think this should be manageable. Let's see. The Marauder's a bit too much. No, he stepped forward with the Colossus. Up the Guardian Shield. I guess I imagined a couple of force fields, but he didn't have that much energy. Obviously, stepping forward with the Colossus as well isn't pretty. Like, that one little step forward just makes it a little bit, well, so much easier to guarantee the Marauders will get that kill. And that entire situation obviously goes terrible for Goblin once the first Colossus goes down. It just falls apart instantly. Hype is down to the south. Stalkers recall back into their hometown. You said that chilling with those couple of medevacs and the rest of the Stalker Sentry. Still just going to take a forward step. I mean, as Bjorn builds up another army, I imagine the units in the bottom right will just become a drop. Or potentially even a pincer move. You know, look to wrap around a little bit. Stalkers, Zealot, and the Sentry continue to go back over to the left-hand side. 10 blockhouse coming up, extra probes coming in. Tank, Marauder going down, a couple more shots coming through. Still got the probe on the top. A little bit of a move as well. Continues to press forward. One Marine goes down. Now units of Goblins still firing away. Here comes the bio. Stimming up this right side. All goes down. A couple probes being chased. Still chases. One Colossus goes down. The other one being hunted down as well. Zealot's going to start coming forward. Zealot's continuing to get picked away. Just going to be pushing back through. Ropes on the other side getting cleaned up as well. Three workers dropping. A couple more units getting warped in. Well, it looks as though Bjorn overall is definitely getting enough out of this as he's going to come chasing through again. Marauders are stimming. The Vikings are going to chase. That's not good for the Colossus. There's no battery on this third base. Well, there is, but it's really far up. So that Colossus is dead with no splash damage, no force fields. I think this one is very much so looking to be over. High Templars are waiting to show their true colors here. They need energy to be able to storm. And it's not going to happen. Goblin types GG's, and Bjorn is going to take game one of this best of 3. Alright, so get ready for the next game in just a moment here, guys. Get this ready to begin. Get this next one underway and get this started up. Let's head into it. As in the top right hand corner, we're going to have up 1-0 our blue Terran player Beyond. Taking on in the bottom left our teal Protoss, it is Goblin. Let me have a look at the bracket. Classic 2-1 Lance, it's a classic world qualify, and he will be waiting for Firefly or Spirit to play out a round of 4. And then Beyond versus Goblin, Nightmare versus Trap also going on. Nightmare Trap's been going on a little while as well. That one started a long time ago and it's still happening. So action still coming through here in our Summer Bash Qualifier 1. Again, top 4 qualifier. There is money on the line for top 2 if they'd like to play out for that as well. So it's also a possibility. Couple of gates coming down. One of them is going to be very far forward, so Goblin trying to go and put in a little bit of aggression here right from the get-go. STV and the Probe going to nibble each other. There is that second gateway on that left-hand side. That's where Goblin's going to try and put the pressure forward from. Beyond going to be pretty safe. Full wall off here. Double gas as well is great for him. He's going to go factory early. And of course from here can also go high ground CC to just limit any sort of trouble he may potentially run into. So I'm going to be well set up for that. Just got that factory into play. Yeah, and Reaper in the factory coming up. Cybercore coming through. Get settled and ready to go. We're just going to get rid of that probe so it will go down. The Zell continues across the map from Goblin. So across we go, journeying over. The Stalker's going to go pinging their way through the depots. Helene and the Reaper going to come back. Grenade goes down. Stalker taking a few more shots. SCVs will pull to the front. And they're just going to go and repair up that depot for a little bit. A couple of Reapers and the Helene will keep this safe. Like I say, Bjorn has definitely picked the best build to just naturally defend this. He hasn't really had to change up too much so far to kind of put himself in a good position here. So that's already a great starting point for him. Cyclone continues through. The Adept still moving up this ramp. And the Stalker still trying to poke away. Helene will continue to try and do something in return itself. Going back down, and we will go trading. Our Stalkers continue to trade it up, and as they trade it up, we do have our Cyclone in production. This gets better and better here for Bjorn. He's already got one Cyclone out, second Cyclone on the way then. Really just start to feel very good right now. So Terran's got to be feeling pretty awesome. Not sure how Goblin's going to be feeling about this. Going to start losing the pylon. Loses that pylon, loses power to one of his gates. I mean, his tech's only just now starting up. Robo facility on the way. Nope, that's going to be a good Cyclone lock onto that Stalker. We're going to commit to it as well. Two Stalkers not going to be enough to turn that Cyclone away here. So we might still yet get the pylon and deny that gateway before Warp Gate is done, so we might not let it do anything else in this game. I wouldn't hate if Bjorn turned around to go for the pylon right now. He is instead continuing forward, however. Stalker goes down, the Reaper and the Cyclone, the Marines as well coming back through. We continue to head down to the bottom left-hand side. Banshee, Marines, Cloaking coming up, Stalkers are still coming through. Heads into the main base. I think Marine's going to get turned around by the Stalkers again. Well, not going to be too big of a deal. Medevac going to come back over though and going to keep Goblin from just playing cleanup easily. Two probes go down. Again, Bjorn just making the absolute most of all of his units. Just trying to make this as easy as possible for himself. Job well done, I'd say so far. Continue to play the retreating game. Hallucination coming through and firing. And if that continues across, Cloak still coming through. Tank and the Banshee on the way up as well. Hallucination continues to scatter about, and Prism continues across also. Trying to see what's going on. Prism loads up once more here. Just going to be moving into this main base. I like it from Goblin right away to deal some pressure, put some damage out, but Double Banshee's actually going to turn out to be pretty darn good defensively. That Double Banshee will put in some work, and we lose a couple of SCVs, yes, but we've otherwise got this pretty much under control, so that's fairly reasonable. Stalker's gathering, pile on the gateway setting up, Robobay still coming through. Banshee's still heading around to the sides. More shots still coming about. Banshee's still chilling. We got a few more stalkers coming about as well. It's going to be heading over to the side. +1 attacks, impact continue to build. Marine tank coming forwards. Now you see the Cyclone getting a lock on as well. A couple shots continue through. Stalkers still making their ways back home as beyond full push mode. And try and see what can be done here. Banshees have to cloak out, trying to back away. Yeah, sieged up on top of this base, and the Nexus will be taking some serious shots. Some damage being done, a couple tanks continue to stay sieged there. I'll knock this Nexus down. Yeah, Marine's still pressing through. Obviously, the Colossus, if it gets in range, the tank is not going to have the greatest of times either, so that's going to be a potential problem. Tank sieging. The Zealot's taking some more shots. Some hits still coming through. Going to try and go for it right now. Tank should be target finding that Colossus. That's the biggest threat here. If the Colossus dies, everything else kind of goes down very easily, but Beyond just has too much any which way. That is going to be good enough to take game number 2. And this series, Beyond qualifies and will move into the top 4 today. But he will actually play against Trap, so we can go Beyond versus Trap for some additional prize money. Get that underway. Perfect. Cool. So everyone's going to be able to keep moving, so we at least have Beyond Trap coming through. So Trap comes through with, what, a 2-0 victory? Perfecto. So we get that on the way. Ready to go. And we'll have more games coming up. Alrighty guys, we'll take a quick break just because we're going to swap on over to Korea for Beyond Trap. So we'll get that ready to go. More action coming up. I'll see you guys in just a few for more TVP. I'll see you guys after this. no time wasting as we get into our next matchup then. It is going to be Bjorn versus Trap in some best of 3. These guys are qualified. We're now just fighting for a little bit of prize money, as we have in the top right. Our blue Terran player, it is Bjorn. $50 for first place today, $25 for second. Gives us a couple extra matches to cover in the qualifier, of course, which is a big plus. As we have in the bottom left, we have the red Protoss player, Trap. This is live. Yes, all these matches are happening live. And we do have a live qualifier number 2 later on today as well, so we are going to be here for a good few hours still. So what's up? Ian coming with more gifted subs for the month. Thank you so much. Going out to Danky Kang, Taxi Bird, MMOF, MMOF 1987, William Dearborn, and Fubar 1977. Thank you so much for the generosity. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for supporting the stream with some subscriptions. Thank you. Well, let's hope for a fun series between Bjorn Trap, and then the finals will be best of 3 as well. Again, these matches are not designed to kind of, really be like epic finals or anything. They're meant to just give us a couple extra games to cover and so on and so forth. As Catless God gonna hit us with the 69-month resub as well. Nice. Love that one. Thank you so much. Paper Orbital, Nexus, Cybercore continue to come about and get underway. Just going to see that probe going after the SCV. SCV getting some nibbles. Another probe on the way up. The Cybercore and the Nexus both continuing to come on through. I'm just going to be seeing that probe pulling back around through the top. That probe pulls back away to the top. We're just going to see the Adept and the Warp Gate continuing up. Probe gets over the side, and Factory coming through here. We do see our Reaper continuing to go out, down, and just looking for said probe, but is not going to be too successful, as it kind of misses the beat, just for the moment at least, so no success there. Let me just keep this Reaper back at home. So probe gets to stay alive, stay in a position, and we actually do see a Twilight Council dropping immediately here from Trap. Trap has been leveling up, by the way. He's genuinely been making some very good strides to progression in his Starcraft since returning from the military. Really cool to see him playing so well, to see him looking so good. I'm excited to see more of him. Let's just have the Stalker patrolling at the front here of this natural. We'll keep an eye on things. The Adept going to come through, take the Watchtower, and the Reapers and a Hellion are going to pretty much say no to that and turn that away with immediate effect. So that Adept is going to get chased big time as it will go down. So the Adept gets cancelled. Stalker coming back across, chasing the Reapers and a Hellion still. 2 more Marines popping through. The Widow Mine is about to finish. Starport about to complete. Again, a Command Center on the natural expansion coming in at the same time. Here's our Reapers and the Hellion continue across the map. Away they go. We got some good shots off and able to knock that probe down. A couple Marines will come down this ramp as well. A few SCVs pulling across. Warp Gate coming through. Our army will I'll say army, but this little squad of early game units would love to just stay on the map to apply pressure. It's a good threat. 2 Reapers and a Hellion can absolutely laser through a bunch of workers very quickly, so you can't just kind of ignore that. You can't just, let it kind of go through without anything happening. Blink is still about halfway through here. The gateway and the robo facility building at the same time. The Reapers and the Hellion are back to the center. And we wait for Blink to be done from Trap. He gets another gateway. Going to make it 3 gates and a robo facility for this early opener. So again, that's kind of what we saw from Goblin as well. That kind of not overly aggressive 4 gate, but not rushing out of the 3rd base either. Stalker's in position, so the medevac doesn't justify the unload. It's going to be backing away right there as well. As Tank Raven production continues up, and we will see Barracks number 2 coming online from Bjorn as well. So getting that up and running. Reapers and a Hellion continue up to the top side. Medevac continues over. Again, just going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers moving about. Everything joined up together here as our tank and Marines continue to gather in. Widow Mine shot is good to get rid of a Stalker, mind you, and the Reapers and a Hellion will try and capitalize on a hurt Stalker here as well. Nice little catch from Bjorn. Little thing is going to go his way as we continue to chase on through. One Stalker gets down to the bottom side. This Widow Mine apparently already had one probe killed. They'll get the Nexus down. If you kill the probe off anyway, at least. Now the Stalkers are going to play the chasing game as they become the better contenders to actually win the fight against the Reaper Hellion, but obviously just took a little while to set that all up. 2 more Stalkers warp in. Going to be backing away for the moment. Stimpack is on the way back at home from Bjorn, so we get that going. Tank Marines all coming through into the barracks. Scans the Observer just to really take vision away from Trap as well and to make this even tougher for Trap moving onwards. Taps in the right direction here from Bjorn, who puts himself into better and better places for the moment. Marine Tank join together. The extra Stalkers are going to gather in. It's Trap's turn to maybe try and do something, but Bjorn is once again ready to kind of move out. The Stalkers will see this, which is good. It means they can start trading against this army early. The sooner they start trading against it, the more value they can find from their blinks. That obviously helps a lot. As the Marine Tank Medevac heads down to the bottom left side. Going to go through the center. As the tanks get sieged, the Stalkers blink away. Still just got Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 in production. As our Observer continues to move on through, the Stalkers retreating backwards. Again, extended thermal lens, charge coming up, Colossus on the way. That little bit of bio from Bjorn. Starting to gather on the natural as well. Where can you watch Firefly vs. Spirit? Sadly, pretty much nowhere. We have no other alternate language streams working today, so there's nowhere that's showing that one. We're the only stream today. Would have welcomed anyone to be covering in another language, but they are just not, unfortunately. Stalkers pull back over this left-hand side. We do see the Medevacs coming down the right. I'm going to try and figure out what they can do here is, again, a few tanks setting up, the Marines are gathering. Hallucination just going to fly through, hit the Medevacs a little bit. The army of Trap continues to settle down. Army spreads across the center. Just going to be seeing Trap continue to get settled in. Just going to have a few of these units from Beyond. Obviously, holding the middle is very powerful, but are we just happy with holding the middle? Is there something else we want to try and do? Another mule drops in, a couple gases building on the third base. Our fourth Nexus goes down from Trap on the south side. Bio just gathering up as going to finish his armory very soon. Does have double engineering base. I imagine we'll see 2-1 on the way. Everything's starting just at the same time as that armory finishes. No +1 armor yet. But still more upgrades than his opponent, whose +1 is only just halfway done still, so progress in that regard. Tank's still chilling. Again, the rest of this army from Trap in the center as well, hanging around. The tank's just going to sit in the middle too. And you have the forces going to open up these rocks and just open up another portion of this map. Our Nexus here will be a fourth base that we can now rely on as Trap. So a nice little bonus. Well, Observer is going to be keeping track of things in the middle here. Oh, that's a sad scan, no. Just catches. I was going to say, I was like, if that's just out of range of the scan, that's very sad. Because then if Bjorn doesn't think he's being watched, that would be a shame. However, there's still an Observer here as well, so there's still potential for this to be all seen and for Trap to know what sort of moves need to be made and what sort of defenses need to be set up and where. Two more Disruptors currently on the way out with the upgrades continuing through. Even when we get Gravitic Drive, so that that Prisma Speed gonna give us a bit more mobility around, and obviously great for counterattacks and so on. Great for slipping into bases and causing trouble. It's the exact sort of thing that Protoss wants to do against a Terran when it gets to this sort of a stage, so Heading in the right direction with all of that as well. Nexus goes up on the gold. We will see the Zealot Stalker Colossus moving around that right side. Disruptors moving across also. Still scanning in the upper left. Protoss army. Gonna open up a set of rocks over here. Opening up that little area. Tank still set in the center. Bio army moving through the front. Shadow Strides. That DT blink gonna come online, and that's obviously a really useful addition. Really makes the later game DT harass that much more powerful as well. As we dive on the left, the Nexus will fall. Well, we got the gold base still coming up, so Trav shouldn't be overly concerned about losing just one of his bases here. That's fairly affordable. Fairly allowable for now. Bjorn's been camped in the center here for a long time, as we are going to get a little jump, a little head start onto the Disruptors. Oh my goodness. How many did we kill? Like 2? Only 1. That didn't feel worth it for 1 Disruptor. Maybe you got 2 or 3. Not going to be okay with some of the Disruptors getting shots off in the bio. But for only 1, not loving that. As Bjorn's going to make the dive up towards this high ground, he has to step away because of the Disruptor. Has got the Raven, maybe could Interference Matrix to interrupt some Disruptor shots as well. As Trap already now has Zealots around the back, and they're going to backstab in for some SCVs. So damage being done, shots coming about. Mesa Turret, Sense Tower both going down here, and the rest of this army gathering in the center. Shots again going up that ramp, going to get a ghost, going to get a couple more bio units. Going to dive back down here, splits are going to come through. Oh, this is nice for Bjorn. He's actually been able to close the distance on those Disruptors without them all connecting. I was going to say to the Force Fields, just save you there, but no, 2 more of the Disruptors went down, leaving us with only 1 remaining. It's the DTs that are slipping by to maybe cause trouble. Not even a turret on this base. Scans, yeah, available, absolutely, but this is going to be a slow set of scans. The DTs come in, they already swiped down a bunch of SCVs. Some damage gets done there immediately, and Bjorn will now drop in. This is a turret here, as we will be able to scan to follow that up. The blink being utilized immediately. Maybe one more scan. No, I think Bjorn's okay for the moment. He does run into this fight in the center. He has a lot of units back at home right now, so maybe not exactly what he wants. Plus, it's already going down. Disruptor shot does reach one of the siege tanks at least again. They've been holding this position in the middle for so long now. 3 kills on each siege tank that remains there to help hold that position on. And a few more DTs on the top side. Disruptors 2-2, Robo Facility all coming up. Advanced Ballistics on the way, +3 attack is about to finish, +3 armor is still coming through. Bio continues to the upper left hand side. Planetary Fortress is going to be online in a moment. Bio turns back to the upper right as these DTs show up again. We killed 2 of them though, so only 1 gets out alive. Not exactly ideal. Pretty expensive considering you only really killed the turret and not much else. Not quite what we were looking for. Gun does find a bigger drop on the left side and we'll be able to do well. Bio continues to stim forwards a little bit about on the left side. Going to get rid of some Zealots. EMP coming down. Stalker's taking hits. Disruptor shot firing through. Going to get rid of the Nexus. A couple of Simulators dropping. Continue to chase forward. I was going to say, I don't think Bjorn hates this recall because he's going to be right on top of the units as they spawn. DTs from the right side are not dying very quickly though. My goodness, the DTs got so many swipes off. I thought they would melt, but damage was being done busy elsewhere. Same time, Bjorn is in the natural. This drop is still running rampant. Starting to depower some structures. 2 of the 3 robos shut down at the moment. They're going to turn around onto these disruptors as Trap loses control a little bit. The drop over here going to be just a couple units, but will go back onto this base. We're actually going to get all these tech units, 2 disruptors, an immortal. I'm going to say 2 Colossus. Maybe the battery is good enough there, and I think it is. Trap is across the map at the same time. The bigger army of his now pushing and looking to take advantage of what the Terran is throwing his way on the other side. Great disruptor shot into the choke point. Stops Bjorn from being able to chase through and retreat through there, so that's a fantastic connection. These medevacs will go retreating away also as bio unloading, picking off an assimilator, and the Liberators are sieged up as well, looking great. 2 more libs coming about, plus 3 armor on the engineering bay coming through also. And medevacs continue up to the top. Couple shots. He turns back around again. Medevacs, the bio units continue to gather up. Liberators continue through. Move upwards. That planetary fortress definitely got eyes on that as some libs will be besieging. Shot fires through. Missile turret taking some hits. Fire will come forward. It's going to be seeing Zell still trying to turn back around. The Liberator sieged up comfortably. So it's going to DT running towards the natural. Just going to be seeing the back and forth continuing here. Just DT goes down. The Zealots are going to get some swipes off. The Marauders dropping. Hope we'll get the cleanup. Charging in from the left-hand side. Bio gets rid of a bunch more Zealots once again. Stalker's actually still moving upwards. Liberators firing, getting a lot of shots off Stalkers. Zealots continuing through there. And the Disruptor shot firing in. Disruptors are still producing Prism on the way out. Nexus on the gold base. Small, the Liberator is able to get rid of a couple of probes nice and easy. Fire still collecting back to the middle of the map, holding that watchtower. Prism on the way, Nexus producing. It's going to dive forwards, and it's going to be the gold base denied once more. In the end, I think Bjorn is just coming out a little bit better off than Trap. He's going to kill 2 bases here. Trap's going to counterattack one more time. I mean, counterattack has potential. Bjorn does not have a lot. It's the Liberators he'll be reliant on in this scenario. Trap now down sub 40 workers. Lib's going to siege up across the base. Advanced ballistics is so good in this scenario. Just having that extra bit of range to siege up from difficult to get to positions. That said, we are going to see Trap breaking into the main base, and Bjorn still focused on his army across the map, just continuing after bases and probes. I mean, there's one base down to the very south that he is denying mining with the Liberators, so he doesn't feel the need to go against that with the bio army. His production is going to get camped here. Army supplies are 79 each, and Trap is starting to get some damage done that brings him back into this. Here is Bjorn's army returning. However, it's hurt, and there's only 3 medevacs on the map. Then goes one Liberator, so a little bit more army supply of Bjorn just disappearing as he's desperately trying to get units out of these structures in the main base. As mules for days should he come out of this alive, which I do think Bjorn will. I think he's going to be okay here, but definitely not as easily seeming as it might have originally looked like. Need to get rid of that Disruptor immediately. The EMP was very good. And yeah, Trap's army is just not really good enough to fight anymore, so that's going to be just too much. Bjorn is going to take game 1 of this best of 3 semi-final. Pretty fantastic game, honestly, on our side. Like I said, hope we just have some good games between these guys. We're absolutely going to get that here in game 1. Slipskew sieging, GG is called. Bjorn takes map number 1 of this best of 3 and will advance through to a 1-0 advantage in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Firefly and Spirit wrapped up. Spirit beat out Firefly, so Spirit takes on Classic in our semi-final number 2. It's going to head into Oceanborn. Alright, gonna load straight into it. Game number 2, guys. These guys not messing around. They want to play Starcraft. We'll let them. As you come into Oceanborn, so Beyond in a 1-0 lead. Like I say, Classic Spirit will begin on the other semi-final. We'll let them start. This is not designed to be extra matches to hold up everyone's day or anything. Just an extra chance to win a little bit of prize money as a thank you to playing in the qualifiers. In the top left, up 1. Great game 1. Can he make a great game 2? It is Beyond. Taking on Trap in the bottom right. Honestly, just a very cool game, very fast-paced. It's amazing to see how much better Trap is getting. He was so good already when he came back, and I'm already starting to just see improvement after improvement, to be honest. Really great to see as that. Nexus Chrono boosts along. Game number 2 of the best of 3. Alright, so game number 2, and we have just a probe across the map. Beyond is going to open with the double gas factory, so a little bit more on the aggressive side, but also on the very safe side of things at the moment. Probe's chilling on the left-hand side. Maybe has some plans. Maybe has something he would like to do. Just keeping a little eye on him as the Reaper continues out over to the left. Gonna pull back over through the center and to the right. Second Reaper pops out. Again, Twilight Council and the Nexus continue through. The Adept and the Warp Gate continuing as well. But Debs is going to try and fight these Reapers, and actually with the Shade, we're going to be good to at least get rid of one of them, so that's one Reaper down. Now the second Reaper is going to be a little bit less effective on its own accord, but we'll still get through to Scout. Twilight Council is seen, so we get confirmation of our tech choice initially. Actually try for a probe. We get a probe. We actually have 2 probes total, so not bad at all. All said and done. Didn't expect that to go so well. Cycling out now from Beyond as the blink works into play from Trap. We get all of that on the way. So Cyclone just continues to move about. Up to the top, the couple of Depths and a Stalker moving forwards from Trap as well. Continuing to go and shove their way forward a little bit. Hey, what's up, Camex? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub on that Prime as well. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're doing great, and thank you so much for supporting. As our Marines is going to come forward to your Depths. Taking some shots. There goes one. A second one in some trouble. Taking some losses on its HP bar and getting pushed back. And that blink continuing through. Cloaking, tank, all on the way out. Look at that blink finishing very shortly now. Again, just a couple Stalkers moving about here, kind of moving back around. Again, Cloak, Banshee, a couple more Marines on the way through as we speak. So just bringing all of that up and running. Stalkers and the Obs gather up. A few more Stalkers getting walked in. And we'll see a Banshee getting active over on the sides, but it gets taken out immediately. We cancel Cloak as that Banshee dies, so we just decide not to commit to it, and yeah, losing that Banshee is obviously just going to be one of those things that Bjorn now does not have to work with. Trap will get onto the map. Nothing to really stop him moving forwards here anymore. He's dealt with some of the aggression. He's dealt with the pressure. There shouldn't really be much else on the map at this stage, right? Three probes still just long distancing. Couple more sentries on the way up. The charge is building. Our forge coming through. +1 attack and stim pack both building up as well. The Stalker of Trap goes back and continues to the upper left. So again, on a little bit of a journey there. Just seeing where it can get to as stim pack +1 attack continue to come in. +1 stim coming through. Marine Beredovac Marauder still building up as well. And the Stalker continues to go to the upper side. Gonna get that stim pack finishing fairly soon. A couple more medevacs still on the way out. Stim combat and +1 all on the way through. We just wait and see where this game goes. This is, from Trap, I guess, very different because he's moving into those charge lots very quickly. He's not really going very tech heavy. This is not splashdown, this is just sheer number of units. And he's going to try and pressure Bjorn from taking the third base. Orbital will land in a moment. The Zealots, sentries pulling back down towards the bottom. I'm not going to commit just yet, Trap. I think he just wants that third to be taken and maybe feels as though that would be his moment. The Zealots are quite far back here as the Stalkers will just see that the tanks are set up, so figuring that out. I just don't think it's a large enough army from Trap at the end of the day, right? He is going to be able to warp in here at the prison, but even then, is that really enough Zealots to send this? He's going to come from two angles. Guardian Shields pop from the south. Coming up, Zealots already wasting their charges a little bit on the depots and so on. That's always a big win from the Terran players. Bjorn tucks himself into the corner, minimizing surface area, stopping the Zealots from doing anything that they would like to do. And that's going to be a pretty decent defense from Bjorn here so far. I'd say that was pretty reasonable as we chase the last few units back away to the right-hand side. A little bit of bio still gathering up over on the left. Tommy settles down and another depot finishes up. Fourth base is in position here from Trap also, so we get that set to go. Nice to have the fourth base up then behind all of this, but still lots of questions to be asked as the army of Trap retreats away. And Bjorn will securely get to that third base. Stalkers blink with the Prism into the main base, and that's going to be 4 more SCVs, so a little bit more damage dealt. And Trap able to kind of net himself just a little bit of an additional worker lead than we had before. Will stim, and we'll get rid of that observer. When he continues around, we are going to be seeing a few Zealots going to start charging up. Good force field's going to catch a couple of those Marauders in the Marine. Bio continue to fight. Zealots still taking damage. Prism moving forward. Almost Zealots get warping in. We still continue to move forwards here. So since Tower denied, I mean, Bjorn now has to be careful of the storm. That's where Trap's army has improved. Fourth base cancelled. EMP did not quite land on the High Templar as it popped out. The storm good to help take down the siege tank that's there. Do we have enough to justify the push in? The problem is if you push into this, you're going to be eating EMPs before the fight really happens. We do have energy left on those goes. Going to drop one EMP there. No EMP for the Zealots top side. The Immortals go un-EMP'd as well. Archon also. SCV numbers are dropping as 16, 20 get killed already as part of this defense, but even if Beyond defends from here, that's a lot of damage taken. We do trap the Archon on the top with the SCVs. It's now 23 workers lost, but a cleanup from Beyond army-wise. Well, that leaves you in a very interesting state where I think Trap is just in too good of an eco position for it to matter. I don't think that he lost so much army here that he's in trouble unless he can't retreat this army home. If he didn't get anything home, maybe then Björn can continue across the map. That shouldn't really be the case. We drop in this Cyclone, gets 2 Stalkers, lifts it back up. Great play from Björn, making the absolute most of his units. I mean, that is Björn in a nutshell. Making the most of units is what he does best. And it's so great to see Trap back in, even if I think he is on his way to winning this game. It's so great to see him back battling, playing in tournaments. Dude's freaking good at Starcraft. It's just so great to see him doing so well and feeling so good about it. It's amazing. Well, Trap sets up in the center. A 4th base trying to come in from beyond down the left-hand side. Trap's already moving to base number 5, staying that 1 base ahead of Protoss would love to be. Typically against a Terran, so keeping that very cozy. Well, Bio just going to run down this ramp. The rest of the Zard Stalk, of course, going back up. Couple of EMPs available. Cells will just charge up. Depot taking damage. Prism taking a few more shots. Bio will stand there and fight. The Zelds continue to drop. Prism just go down. We're still moving about. Stalkers coming around. Again, Vikings, barracks coming in. +1 ship weapons and +2 armor coming up on the engineering bay as well. We will stim, and the Bio will chase through. The Stalkers getting shoved out of here. And Bjorn just battling to get a 4th base online, but a 4th is kind of just essential at this point. The fact it's such a struggle is definitely not boding well for Bjorn. Stalker continues up top, catches that Widow Mine. So what's on this left-hand side going to come in. A couple of SCVs, not going to last very long in that trade. So they get cleaned out as well. Trap is threatening on the top right, and we don't really see too much success there just yet, but again, while holding 5 bases back at home, got Zealots all over the map. I mean, he's just spread everywhere, ready to engage in from all angles should Björn be down on this low ground. This feels very good for a maxed out Trap who's looking to force the fight, and yeah, you got to consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds. Maybe it's scary to attack into that, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Stealth Stalker Immortal moving back and forth. Alright, comes forward. A couple Zards taking shots. So Zards getting cleaned out already. The rest of the army comes back down the low ground. Oof, good EMPs, and the Prism goes down quickly. No Storm will drop in this engagement, and that really depowers what Trap has to work with. We have more EMPs as well. We can hit Zealots as they kind of come on through. Would love to see the Immortals also EMP'd. Just get rid of their shields, and then they're really going to be very easy to chase down. Trap with a horrible fight. Bjorn making it look easy. Well, suddenly Bjorn takes a 30 supply lead, and we really felt like Trap was secure to take this one back, but this fight was horrendous. Losing the Prism, losing the High Templar so quickly, no Storms dropped. Suddenly that was just the splash damage in this force, right? And we weren't really on the point where we'd followed up with different splash damage yet, so you get heavily punished for it. Vikings continue up, Bio continues around. The Bio just going to go after the Nexus. Zealots just going to go running about. SCVs just going to come in. Marauder going to get surrounded. Going to get rid of an Archon. Just going to be seeing the Colossus. 1 and 2. Going to get knocked down as well. Stalker's now in trouble. Oh, we continue forwards here. Bjorn just has so much. And man, Trap played a pretty darn good game. He just didn't have that secondary round of splash damage and then took a bad fight when maybe he should have just been focused on getting Colossus/Disruptors into play and then looking to fight again. And he had like, what, 5 bases going up to 6 while Bjorn was just about getting to 4. So yeah, down 70 army supply, and Trap looks as though he's going to be done and dusted on this one, as Bjorn will move into prize money territory. GG's his Trap. Bjorn takes a 2-0 into the finals for him. And like I say, that means he can play for some extra prize money, as he'll guarantee himself $25 and can play for $50 as well. Alrighty, guys. So we're going to take a couple moments because we've got to wait for Classic and Spirit to be done. They are still playing. So we'll get that TVP on the way in the semi-final. They're already playing. We let them start. We didn't want to hold people up, make them wait, etc., etc. So we'll have Classic Spirit game 2 or 3, or the winner of that versus Beyond coming up next. That's where we are heading. That's what we are doing. Should be a lot of fun. And like I say, we've got another qualifier starting up in about an hour and 25 minutes, so that's coming up as well. Yeah, what's up, Nut Pro? Thank you so much for the 8-month sub on the Prime as we get settled for, like I say, hoping we see Classic and Spirit going soon. They're 6 minutes in games, they've not been going long. So yeah, qualifier number 3 will happen, in an hour and 20 minutes. So it's our 3rd qualifier of this event. That will be coming up more or less as a follow-on. We might have some downtime. The idea, though, is generally just go back-to-back events. We're doing. Alright, I'll throw us to a break screen here just so we're waiting a little bit. I'll see you guys in a few more Starcrafters coming up. Like I said, we're just waiting for Classic and Spirit to come out of game. We can jump into our next match. Alright, it's going to be game 2 of Spirit versus Classic. As we have got in the bottom left, up 1-0 is going to be the red Protoss player, Classic. Classic played generally great lately. Always fun to watch him, representing Twisted Minds, of course, as well. And Spirit representing Na'Vi on the top right. Both these players heading to the eSports World Cup 1 month from today. No, a month and a couple of days from today, I guess. I think the players fly out August 12th, I believe, actually, so it's a month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Probe moves up, nibbles at the SCV. And we just have ourselves the SCV pulling away. The probe gonna get back onto it. And that probe is gonna nibble, nibble, nibble. SCV taking shots. So he actually comes back around and actually gonna get the probe back onto the SCV here for a little bit. So a bit more damage being done. And again, Classic just being an annoyance early on. Didn't see game 1. I did know it was about 8-9 minutes long, so it wasn't a super long game. Doesn't surprise me too much. You have an orbital command coming through, and we actually do get rid of this probe with the SCVs chasing, so they will survive through that. Alright, well, Marine SCV, obviously with the Marine first, you have a little bit more gas available, so now Spirit can go straight into the factory, and that means you're just speeding up the timing of that factory and everything else from there as well. And factory coming through, CC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SCV coming down the right hand side. We'll just drop down that bottom side again, just going to be having ourselves the first Adept coming across the map, so there's already Spirit looking to be very aggressive. Classic looking for that information though with this Adept, trying to see what's going on. Adept moving around, a couple Hellions in the Marina building. The Adept is going to fire up one SCV, taking some shots. The Marine will go, and the Adept very nearly goes down, just about survives. Oracle on the Warp Gate coming up, and now the Starport starts to produce the Medivac, which is going to be transporting the Hellions into the base and trying to get damage done. So Spirit is setting up for this aggression. Let's see if he can succeed. Like I say, it's going to be a bunch of Hellions. They are going to go out on the map. He's actually going to send them through the bottom side as well, so it doesn't even send them through the center, so really just trying to hide this as best as possible. If you send them through the center, it's fine, because the Medivac can just pop over here and lift, and oh, the Oracle gets the spot! So the Oracle knows now. The Hellions will avoid the Oracle. Adepts move their way in. That will be good enough to defend the Hellions. You let the Oracle go across the map. You could argue you should maybe still bring the Oracle back, just to guarantee that no damage gets done from all of this. I like what Spirit does. He goes to the less obvious position, but that's a full wall off, so we could just still lift up and just drop into the natural. The Adepts are not in position there. Uh-oh, probes are stacking as they try and pull away. Classic will lose some. Don't have Game Hard on here. I'll show you guys the overall probe kill count soon, but that's about 8. It's actually 11 probes killed, my goodness. Oracle across the map is active, but it's going to go down to the Marines and the Cyclone, and Classic's defense is slipping apart very quickly here, as this is looking very good for a Spirit who is still in the main and still dealing further damage. More probes going down. This is so much damage done. We are talking 17 probes killed. That is fantastic damage to start us out with here. Absolutely incredible stuff. As our Phoenix will come through, kill off that Medivac. One Hellion actually still back in the main base. Don't tell me he's going to get even more probes. That's disgusting. Jeez. Well, Spirit having the absolute time of his life on this early opener. As we now see, the Oracle number 2 got a couple of kills, but that's not making up for the damage taken. And we see Marines and Cyclones still pressing forwards. The Oracle still flying about. Stalkers, Adepts continuing through. Phoenix joining up together as well. Making their way across the other side. All these Stalkers join together here. Holding out for a couple of moments. Stalkers coming about. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix and the Oracle moving around a little bit as well. I'm just going to see the Cyclones locking on, getting rid of the Oracle. Classic with one counterattack, he needs to break this bunker down. Now this is game. This is going to game 3. Spirit going to push this back. That's more units lost from Classic. More units that you can't really afford to be losing as damage just keeps being done. GG's, and we do indeed go game 3 between Spirit and Classic here in the semi-final. Gonna go all the way. Yo, Walgren, what's up? Thanks so much for the 59-month resub. Shit, man. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. Ellie's here. She's been trying to nudge my hand off the mouse. What do you want to... What you gotta say, Ellie? You gonna come say hi to the stream? Just gonna sit down there? Gonna wag your tail? Come on, come say hi. Okay, I'll get your special camera out for you. There you go. Ellie, what's this? Oh, hello. Just want some love and attention, do you? I see. Alright, we're gonna go game 3 of this in a couple of moments, guys, as we do go to post-youth for our next game. I'm working, baby. I can't just sit here and stroke you. No. Unfortunately, that doesn't pay the bills. Otherwise, we'd be rich. Alright, game 3, Spirit and Classic. And like I say, gonna go the distance. Get this set up and ready to go. And our first of 2 qualifiers today. As we have in the top right-hand side, Red Protoss player, died to Hellions pretty much. It is going to be Classic. Taking on in the bottom left, Blue Terran, Spirit. Alright, so game number 3 as we kick this off, we get this going. Gonna be having that gateway coming about, so barracks coming through. Getting the gas both still coming in. I'm just going to be seeing that barracks still building up on that main. Get settled down here and probe, etc. coming on a line. Just going to see the probe move across towards the in-base half and half base. So let it will drop down. Next is coming through. Gonna drop that cheeky little pylon into place. Yeah, Cybercore Nexus probe, all of that continuing through for a couple of moments here. Just gonna get that Cybercore finished. The SCV coming about. The Reaper is on its way. Factory and the reactor continue to build in then and get this all set on up as the Reaper shows up. And obviously we'll just try and pick up some early information, see what's going on. Fire and Reaper gets chased. Reactor coming up on the barracks, and the factory going to go moving across to it. And it's still coming about. It's going to be seeing the Adept coming over. Reaper getting chased. And Oracle coming up. Warpgate coming through. Just, you know, Robo Facility, Gateway, Probes, a bit of everything continue to come about here. The Reaper continuing over. We're gonna Adept coming about. Just gonna be seeing our Cyclone, a couple of Marines continuing in as well. See the Hellions dropping in, so I mean, Spurs was very happy with how it went the first time. Gonna go for it a second. Oracle gets a few SCVs this time as well, a couple more than last time, as these probes are not dying as quickly either. We do need to play catch up though. Two of those Hellions are so low, it'd be so amazing if we could just get rid of them. The other Hellion drops back off, as the Adept Shade should be able to finish some of these Hellions off. We gotta get rid of them. 7 probes going down, a lot of lost mine time. We're gonna unload again. Stalker, do your job. Go kill off that freaking Hellion. Someone get that shot off, please! Oracle comes back home, doesn't have energy to activate. It's now 12 probes lost. My goodness, absolute chaos. As Spirit is going to get it done. 13 workers killed. Classic definitely in trouble. Man, just could not catch up with those units at all, could he? There's nothing but pure trouble right there, as Phoenix, Oracles, Adepts, and a Stalker will be moving back out onto the map. Away goes Classic out through the center. Engineering Bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix and Oracle's moving in. Cyclone gets a lock on. Is that good enough? Yeah. Oh, I actually thought it was good enough to kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic. I feel like you lose an Oracle there, things are already bad for you. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey, Juniper, thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. As if you have Classic going to shade those Adepts in, the Marines continue to play the chasing game. One Adept goes down, second Adept chased off. SCV still trying to play this around. Siege tank gets set up here from Spirit. The Adept still kiting. Marines will get rid of the Adept. We do see Robo Bay Nexus and additional sentries coming up as well. Oracles and a Phoenix back around that left-hand side. Stimpack and Combat Shield coming up on the barracks as well. Pop a Revelation down. Just going to keep an eye on things there. The few Marines stepping out the front, an Observer as well. Those Oracles continue to make a move against him. Combat +1, everything on the way. Oracles are going to continue back to the upper right side. It's going to be the extended thermal lance starting up on the Robo Bay as well. Third Nexus gets down on the low ground. Oracle gets set up a stasis ward. Phoenix still building. Extended thermal lance is halfway done. Phoenix still coming through. Medevac's going to load up, and they're going to go boosting around up the left-hand side as well. So away they go. Off on a bit of a journey. And Juniper, thank you for that 30-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. If you are enjoying the tournament today, it's a WardiTV event funded by you guys supporting us. So If you enjoy what you're seeing, you want to see more, you want to support the event further, even just using your Prime sub on the channel can go a long way to helping out. So do consider subbing up, because it helps massively. As Spirit on offense here, going to get caught by a stasis ward though, and I feel like he's not really hitting as hard as he needs to hit. I mean, this little split attack is not really going anywhere. Things move a little bit further forward. We will see the battery will be finishing up, as we do have our Colossus firing away. A couple sentries moving forwards. Force field will come down, trying to cover up this ramp and stop the access to the high ground. So we've seen our Cyclone is up in the skies. This is where Spirit is definitely showing his well, lead from earlier, essentially, as Super Battery doing well on those Colossus to keep them alive, but that's going to be fading away now. I don't think we can step forwards there, and the Colossus did, and they got punished for it. So damage taken, and it looks as though Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill the Colossus. But you just need the tanks to be a bit further forward so you can hit this Nexus, and then force the, hit the Colossus when they try to protect the Nexus. That's the important part of this. One more Zards getting warped in. Probes are going to go running forwards. Going to see a couple Zards running through too. 15 workers going down. They get 17, and there go the Colossus as well. As they move further forward, it's going to very easily be shut down, and Spirit is going to go to the finals to play beyond. And cheeky little best of 3 to try and double up that prize money today. GG. Yo, Rolgren, thank you so much. Going to gift out 5 subs to the chat. Going out to Ninja Merguez, Pisu, Homuous Love, Hulk Smash 1814, and Melissa 9005. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for helping bring that sub count up a little further. Beyond the Spirit, TVT is on the way next, guys. I imagine we'll get this going in just a couple moments. This will be best of 3 in the final. Like I said, we've got another full qualifier coming up in 1 hour's time, guys. So in 1 hour, another full qualifier. Check-ins will be opening for that very shortly. And yeah, we'll be able to have even more action coming through. So with this final, decent best of 3 here, we can do pretty okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Alright guys, Screaming Waffles, thank you so much for the 1 year resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just waiting for Spirit and Beyond DeVito. Not expecting them to take too long, so I'm not going to break screen. Set to rumble. So yeah, Beyond vs. Spirit, best of 3 finals. It will be TVT, guys, but like I said, we've got a whole extra qualifier coming up after this. Last chance qualifier for guys. There will be invites as well, so this will be 12 players qualified, then 8 players invited. We will do some invites based on who played in qualifiers. If you played 2 or 3, got close a couple times, didn't make it, you're very likely going to get an invite. What's up, Epion Zero? How you doing? What's up? Not much, just waiting for the games to resume. hoping to, like I said, get this underway soon. I can imagine maybe Spirit takes a minute or two break, but like I say, in general, shouldn't be too long before we can just resume the games and keep it going. Do, 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 do. So yeah, waiting for this DVT to kick off, guys. Like I say, the next qualifier coming up in about an hour's time. Check-in's just opened for that, so players can continue to try and actually, I'm going to tweet about it as well, just in case anyone doesn't know, and then can sign up. I need to do on my phone because I don't log into Twitter on my PC anymore. No. Alright, Bjorn just dropped us a lobby link, so we're going to get Alcyone on the way. We'll get that started up in just a couple of moments here. Get this all rolling. And yeah. Alright, if these guys are ready, Bjorn's ready, just waiting for Spirit to ready up, and we're going to be off and away into this TVT. Final best of 3 of this first qualifier, like I say, with another qualifier coming up. We do have plenty to go through for you guys, plenty of Starcraft continuing. Spirit just needs one more minute. This event will be kicking off in full force next week as well. So next week on Tuesday and Thursday, I believe, we're going to have groups A and B of the tournament, and then groups C and D on Tuesday and Thursday the week after, and playoffs on Tuesday and Thursday the week after that. So lots of Tuesday and Thursday combined days for this event, and those are going to be 5-player groups, so 10 best of 3 days. It means that we're going to have very chunky Tuesdays and Thursdays for you guys. Kung Fu Cups on the Wednesdays as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Players are ready. Looks as though we are ready to go. We can get this started. We're going to kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3. For some reason, I don't know why. Sometimes I just get halfway through my sentence. I'm like, what game am I trying to cast here? Alright, let's do it. In the top right-hand side, our Blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Bjorn. Bottom left, we have ourselves the Red Terran. It is Spirit. So, the opening game of this best of 3. These two play some great matches against each other. I actually think Bjorn and Spirit are really well matched for one another as of late, so excited to see where this is gonna go. Well, CC comes down. Actually going to kind of mirror each other for a little bit here to start things off. CC versus CC. No surprises there just yet. The CC's coming up. The factory is on the way. It's going to be seen now. A Reaper is on the way up as well here from Spirit. It's going to be Reaper number 2 popping out. And yeah, the reactor just building. So a little bit of a difference here. Second Reaper from Spirit, reactor from Beyond. Beyond plays a little bit greedier, but the kind of thing you're very likely to get away with, I think, as the Hellions will be the next step as the factory goes to the reactor. And then Beyond will be able to kind of double up on some of the power for the early game. Those Hellions definitely going to be coming through. Reapers will be journeying around to the upper left-hand side, so they're going to go journeying over. Again, more Hellions on the way out. As we see the starports coming through very shortly as well. You see now Reapers are still building as the shots will come off. SCV will go down, and that's nice, but Spirit needs to make a getaway. Great grenades is going to allow him to do just that. Oh, he did reach that Reaper. That's a little unfortunate. Oh well. Hellions, Reaper join up. Just going to be seeing now Raven on the way out. 2 more Hellions. That's going to go quite Hellion heavy. Marines, SCVs coming about. Raven and Interference Matrix coming through. So we are going to see that coming out from Björn. Making use of his Ravens, getting that Matrix up. We know that that's likely going to be the case on both sides, and it will be here. As at some point, the next step will be a third CC as well. Typically, you get that before more of that before more of that kind of infrastructure production commitment. So that's what we're typically expecting as our next stage of this. Ian is pulling back again. The Raven coming to the south side. Would like to try and get set up. Goes to the bottom left. Barracks left stock. Going to go to Tech Lab itself. Going to move a reactor. Like I say, you don't really want to add production yet unless you're going to be more aggressive than normal. And this Raven, I think, realizes that that just isn't a worthwhile turret. He places it. It gets killed instantly. There's just energy down the drain. So the Raven decides to back off and just keep its energy for a later date. Maybe even just come back in order to when those units have moved, if they move. There's a possibility for sure. Raven tank Marines continuing through. I love that Bjorn. Obviously here, nothing else. He's got map control, and that map control is going to let him build his third CC on location. So that is a big benefit as well. It's going to get that going. Just impact tank. And again, a couple of Vikings, Marine all continuing through. The Hellions going to pull back to the center. So let's just join up together. A couple of Ravens coming about. Tanks and Marines still joining in the center as well. Tank sieging, bio gathering. A couple of Ravens overhead. The Cyclone and everything getting joined together as well. This army of Bjorn still just gathering on in. We're just going to be seeing a Reaper getting picked away at, and Bjorn going to get the double Matrix down. Spirit gets the unsiege, which is big, but we actually have the Hellions. They can speed up here and put damage onto those siege tanks. Third base in trouble, and we just transferred all the SCVs across here as well. We're not even going to siege the tanks initially. Now we will, but what a great setup this was. Here we go, though, the counter. We're going to get the Ravens to drop the Matrixes down. There's one tank that is still in siege, though, and that splash damage goes such a long way right now. Can these tanks survive long enough to come out of Matrix? If they can, they're going to put some serious damage out. Bjorn kills only 3 SCVs during this. The SCVs ran away to the bottom, never got chased down. So much initial damage went on the command center that was always going to be able to lift up and get away. I feel like Bjorn completely botches this attack. Opportunity was there. I think he was right to make the dive on it. Crazy things for sure on that one, as we see 1-1. Still coming through, the combat shield coming up as well here from Spirit. Continue to bring all of that into play. The medevac is going to come across with Marines and the Marauder inside as well. Going to move up to the top there. Looking around the top, missile turret wants to go into place. And again, the army of Bjorn still just gathering in the center, so the medevac is going to come back through, head into that natural expansion. Unload, an SCV already going down. The other SCV's in trouble as well. 3-4 workers dying pretty quickly here. The Vikings and the Ravens will be there as well to shove the medevac out. And the other medevac again coming back up over in this direction. Going to begin to unload and just going to get rid of some more of those SCVs. So a little bit more damage done. 7-8 workers killed. Spirit has 1-1 upgrades behind this already, starting 2-2, so he gets damage done. He's got an upgrade lead. And get those depots down, bio up to the top, hanging about as well. Blood 2-2 upgrades still coming over. The medevac of Marines coming in. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue to produce. Like I say, at least we're going to equalize the upgrades very shortly. And then we'll be on equal upgrades for a little while, but eventually Spirit will retake a lead. Tries to make a grab on some Ravens. His own Raven has to go running away. That tank here has actually been very annoying in the center. It's going to be good to hold, though. Bjorn is still stimming. Spirit's still stimming up after this. Loses a fair few units kind of playing chase us around the center. Viking Raven comes back through. One Raven going to lead on. No! Well, there goes Spirit's Raven. It's an anti-arm missile as it dies, but that's obviously not really it. That's not really what you're looking for from this in the, to begin with. Army moving across. Bio tank still setting up in the middle as well. Extra reactors as Bjorn powers into his production. We're actually going to see Bjorn taking a supply lead again in this game. So it's very heavily behind on 2-2. But that's one of the only things that we really have left here from Spirit. Tanks will siege up once more. So got our Sensor Tower coming in, Planetary Fortress coming up. Marines, medevacs, all building up. The Army of Spirit continues through the middle. Marines and tanks make their way up towards the top. 2-2, finishing very shortly. Note, again, 2-2 just now starting as 3-3 begins from Spirit. To be honest, so far behind on the upgrades. That means he will generally have to play slower fights, more tank-focused fights, and not fights that are going to be decided by the Marine, by Marine versus Marine, because that's really where this will go very wrong for you. Oh, anti-arm missile is going to strike, and at least the anti-arm missile will help you. So that's one advantage Bjorn has, still having those Ravens and putting those to use pretty much just straight away. 60 more Marines, 2 more tanks on the way up. Command center building out. Thanks, the Marines still settled over here. We do have this medevac going to make a load up and make a bit of a play forwards as well. Us unloading onto the siege tank, just going to be able to grab this nice and easy. So at least, again, still Bjorn the one making some plays, making some getaways. Marine, tank, medevac, Viking on the left-hand side. The rest of this army from Bjorn moving over to the right side. It's going to come pushing down a little bit. Planetary Fortress is set up here. A couple more command centers building up. Spirit is obviously one who will absolutely embrace the later stages of a game. He's putting all that resources into that infrastructure. It means that his current supply is not as good, but maybe just going to be kept safe by upgrades. Obviously make a big deal of it. Moving up top left, well, a couple shots going off, a little drop bottom right, and then once again it's Beyond that is all about the action right now, and Spirit is in all of the trouble. Vikings gonna get one kill there, so that's Spirit, I guess, at the moment, currently on a Viking lead. Now building 6 Liberators as well, so he's gonna go hard onto the air style. And that's something else that he's ahead on. He's ahead on that kind of air switch, and that air switch later in the game is typically very powerful, so... Thanks for Siege. Just going to be seeing the Marines stimming up here. CC in some trouble, Missile Turret in some trouble as well. Both those turrets will go down. 3-3 still coming about. Smart servos coming up. Our Marines will open up a set of rocks here as well. It's just going to break on through in that direction. Liberators will siege, and that's 2 libs on top of each other to one-shot the tank there. Is just going to try and push forwards up the ramp. Bjorn trying to push the issue a little bit right now. Definitely, I think, realizing a little bit of concern for his position. Trying to do what he can to ease the situation ever so slightly. This Marine tank, Viking, moves back around up the left-hand side. This Liberator going to try and sneak around the back. He is going to get hit by missile turrets on the way in. No, actually going to sit here, and that's why he's going to find a couple of SCVs instead. So we'll put that damage out. Marines will run over, and that Liberator will be going down. Now Lib's going to siege up across onto this base. Tank set up. Good positioning from Spirit. Good movement. Catching Bjorn out of position a little bit. Now there are tanks defensively here. Is that enough to stop this onslaught of Marines? There's a lot of Marines. SCVs pull in, so the tanks will survive for more shots. Both players will lose a lot of SCVs. However, these Marines have indeed broken through. They're going to be on this base. That tank goes down as well, and that means that Bjorn has presence on his opponent's side of the map, although he probably is going to be taking losses himself. At least the missile turret might be able to nearly kill the Liberator. Tanks get rid of it in the end. I mean, the push from Spirit is very consolidated, but Bjorn... I mean, the thing is, what Bjorn has is going to eventually get cleaned up. There's no doubt about that. It's just not that much stuff, right? I mean, this tank puts in a lot of work, and that's pretty much it. There's not much left over now. So Bjorn's attack is done, and Spirit's attack is still very much so going on. And it's not like Bjorn has some magical amount back at home to suddenly be like, yeah, and this is how I defend this. No, like, Bjorn's in trouble. Supply is lacking. Army supply lacking heavily. And we are just taking step after step further forwards. Orbital commands having to lift and be pushed back. Obviously, base is already denied in Spirit. And again, the air switch was big for him. The air switch is what's allowing him to push so aggressively forwards here. And he's making the most of that, as we do see the Marines taking a good fight, picking up on the Liberators. But again, any Marine fight is going to be disadvantaged for Bjorn because he's done 2-2 against 3-3. His own 3-3 is still just on the way to being done. Not finished yet, though. Liberators will do what they can. The tanks could arguably be a bit further forward to support these libs. I think Spirit's going a little bit too quickly, honestly. Like I say, if the tanks were like an extra kind of 2 steps forward, then the Marines couldn't have fought off those libs so easily. Now the Vikings land, they will just kill off both of the siege tanks, 3 of the siege tanks, and Bjorn says GG. Spirit is good to go for game number 1. Very fun game of TVT on Alcyone to start off this finals. It is just a best of 3 final today, guys. Like I say, we've got a second qualifier starting up in about 40 minutes time, so we're going to have plenty of Starcraft to keep coming your way. We've already got players starting to check into that. Mana, DNS, young Yakov checking in already, so a lot of guys that are going to be ready to play in that one a bit further down the line. Site Delta coming up for our next game. We'll get that ready to go. Alright, counting down into game number 2, guys. Get this up and running straight away. Down a game in the top left-hand corner will be our blue Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn. Bottom right, our red Terran is Spirit. Ranks goes down. Both sides of the map. Refineries coming up. SCV's on the way. And get settled down here. Let's just get up and running. A couple of refineries coming up. Again, the CC coming about. And things settled for the moment as we just get ourselves everything up and rolling. Barracks building. SCV's producing. Looking good for the first little bit. Reactor on the way, orbital commands building up. That reactor going to be the little bit greedy here from Spirit. No Reaper, just straight to reactor. And he's going to get away with it as well. As Bjorn goes one gas expand. The greed of Spirit to go reactor first is there's just nothing you can really do about that on Bjorn's side. So they both get away with it. Because obviously one gas expand can sometimes be a little bit risky as well. They're both going to get away with what they wanted to do here. So that's some good news for these guys. Reapers, factory coming up, Marine CC, factory coming in. Obviously factory later here from Beyond, but having that faster command center, so we're just trading out tech versus economy, essentially a very standard trade in StarCraft 2. Not one that should really raise too many eyebrows or too many questions to be asked about it. Pretty standard stuff for the moment, as the Ripper and the two Marines just going to be hanging around on this natural ramp. Just sit at the top of here for the moment. Another Marine pops out, Cyclone building through, and Reapers and our Hellion continue to build in as well. Hellion, the Reapers all just gathering up together, just sitting like I said atop this ramp. CC still coming in. Getting ourselves settled up for now. Cyclone pops and units just going to be gathering in the main base. Our next Cyclone on the way. Two more Reapers building. Starport producing. The units of Spirit will move down the ramp. 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions just going to begin to make their way forwards. Off and away they go. Reapers get set. And it's going to be 6 Reapers and then 2 Hellions. As he gets set to move forward, he's going to jump up to this high ground. Cyclone locks on. Reapers are going to chase. They're going to get that Cyclone. So Spirit's going to be able to deliver there. Pops the grenades down aggressively. Cyclone's still living though. Marines now putting the damage out. Both Hellions, I think, will die. And that Cyclone doesn't die. Kind of felt like the idea was to maybe get both the Cyclones here, but it doesn't happen. That second Cyclone living with so much damage put on that second Cyclone, it feels like a shame, right? Because now it's like so much investment into that and just nothing came of it. Definitely feels a little bit sad. Marines pull back down the bottom right. Raven, a couple more Marines setting up. We do have the Reaper on the left side from Beyond, going to come moving about as well. River comes back over. I'm just going to have our Raven coming through. The army of Beyond moving towards the center. Different directions coming about. Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but again, in the grand scheme of things, we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Beyond that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks, he's got a Raven, but 2 Ravens of Beyond available, so that's going to be a factor. Oh, this is going to be tough, I think. I mean, what do you do? I I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not the easiest push in from Bjorn, but if he just uses his matrixes, he can push into this base and take position on the natural. The question is, does he feel comfortable to do that? Apparently not quite seeming as though. It's going to be the plan. Raven's still chilling. Tanks are firing up. Starport's being sieged already. Another tank sieging here, and again, that's Starport will be taking some shots. Going to move forward a little bit against Impact. Well on the way from Bjorn as well, so that's going to be a big advantage to him, and I love that these Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. The auto turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural with this then. Okay, there's one more tank on the high ground. The 2 Ravens of Bjorn survive this. Spirit's Ravens do not. I don't think that Bjorn takes a second longer, but that trade was good for him. Resources lost 1,000 to 2.7k. 3 Ravens died of Spirit. It was the auto turrets, just the decisiveness of Bjorn to put those around the tanks and to commit to that fight immediately just led him into everything that was good for him from there on out. Very nicely done. His tank still covering this Starport, some more damage being dealt. Vikings and the Ravens hanging together. A few more Vikings in the back hanging about as well. Shots coming through. Going to take this fight forward. Auto turrets to go down. Just going to try and break down some of the SCVs here. Help him win the Viking fight as well. Obviously, Viking wars are huge right now because it maintains air control. Air control means high ground vision. High ground vision means you're shelling away at the starport. SCVs are off the line, and behind all of this, Bjorn, 3rd CC, is ready to move out and forward. Stimpak's done. 4th and 5th racks will begin. He's doing all of the things to put himself in a lead and secure it in this game too. As we will see, the Vikings going to have to go to Vikings. He does get a low HP Raven. However, that starport is now very close to going down. Repairs are good, though. It is going to come back on track. However, we are just seeing Vikings popping one at a time, and they are just dying in the process, and it is not pretty. As it does seem like Spirit really is just dead in this one. 2k to 4.6k resources lost. Nothing to really show for the difference there. And this tank just got even closer, so we're going to have even more tank shell on this starport than ever before. More damage to be done. We have Raven NG4 Matrix is going to say it looks as though Bjorn's thinking of moving into the natural, which he does. With the stim available, obviously he's just able to really out DPS most things here. The stim from Spirit, but he doesn't have that many Marines, so it just doesn't matter. This tank dies, the natural is going to be in trouble, and we go to a game 3, one final map here in our finals today. We're going to go all the way to this final game. Yeah, gotta love that, right? Getting to see all 3 games of this final TVT, a little bit of prize money on the line, and the players are going to absolutely play for it. Absolutely love to see that. So, into our final game. And like I say, another qualifier coming up pretty much as we finish up here, guys. We will be, probably depend on obviously the length of the game, but we'll not be far away from heading into the other qualifier, the next one along. We're going to have maybe a little bit more European representation as well. Should be fun, as that will be starting in, like I said, about 30 minutes time. Post Youth is going to be our map. So we go to... That's kind of a macro one for game 3. Potential for it to end early. It doesn't always go long this game, or this map, but there's chances for it to be pretty long as well, for sure. Alright, let's hop into game number 3. As we're all tied up in this TVT. Top right-hand side, the blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Bjorn. Up against the red Terran in the bottom left from Na'Vi. We have Spirit. Alright then, final map of qualifier number 2. Like I said, Post Youth, interesting map with that in-base expansion. Definitely becomes pretty interesting pretty quickly in the world of TVT. That's already something we're kind of looking at here. Look at Spirit, second barracks on the map, so he's going to mix it up heavily going into this third and final game. Deciding to put that barracks out to the left-hand side. Not the most committed of attacks, but definitely one that can spiral if your opponent doesn't deal with it well, if they don't really know what's going on, for example. Well, this barracks is going to be coming up on that left-hand side, finishing in a moment or two. Reapers will be building 2 at a time. Bjorn does go 1 gas expand, which is probably the expectation in base expansion available, right? 1 gas expand and no scout, so very greedy. The Reaper checking about nearby. It's not a super near barracks, so this is not going to be seen by that. Hops back to the high ground. 2 more Reapers on the way here from Spirit. They're going to join together and begin to make their move up towards the top. Going to be seeing a couple of grenades going down, shots going off. Reaper is low. Actually going to be diving deep in the base. Going to keep this Reaper back to try and give it a chance to start regenerating. And try and hit the opposing Reaper. Grenade could be big here. We actually do make the full cycle around, and we're going to get out. Very nicely done by Spirit. Actually pretty decent. And jump back up now. Get rid of the Marine. Can we get the Reaper? Oh, the SCV is going to help to get rid of the Reaper. 2 Reapers dead. Yeah, it's not really good enough. Bjorn went Reactor after his first Reaper as well, which is really ideal because there really was no other units until this Hellion pops out. But with only 2 Reapers out now, it's just not enough to really stick around, is it? If you had all your Reapers still alive here, this Hellion's in a lot of trouble. SCVs have to stay in the fight. All of this is an issue. And instead, it just isn't really much of an issue at all. CC is obviously going to be later here from Spirit. Equal workers. I think Bjorn is going to be very happy with this. His factory is already halfway to producing a Cyclone as well. He's already got a Hellion out. Medevac on the way. Counterattack potential is going to be pretty high. Just pull back a little further. Still on the move. We're just going to move forwards. The Marines are going to be firing up some shots as the Reapers hop up. 1 grenade. 1 Reaper died, but we are going to get rid of a few Marines here, so this is actually going to be continued Reaper production. I think is catching Bjorn a little off guard. The Medevac turns around. Cyclone, Hellion, and Marines included. And yeah, these Reapers have struck at a perfect time. Going to dissuade Bjorn from attacking and get a bunch of damage done. 4 workers down. We're going to get to a couple more at the very least. There's a couple low HP SCVs. I don't know if we're going to get back to those. And we'll have 1 more low HP here to get rid of. 7 workers killed. Not bad at all from Spirit. Good damage done in the early stages. And like I say, should be fairly happy and content with how that's been going up until now. Well, now Bjorn's going to say, well, maybe I have more army supply, though. So he's going to try and put that into logic into action. Cyclone Hellion coming through. The tank is going to move forwards. The tank is going to get siege as we push up here. And get a couple of Cyclones trying to stay at a distance. People taking some shots. A couple of SCVs will begin to go down. Vikings going to shoot back at the Medevac. Kind of a shame that the factory's so far forward because that means the tank has to be really careful about how it pops and where it goes. Tank gets sieged up now. A couple of Marines taking damage. Thankful siege. The orbitals will be taking some shots again. Vikings actually get forward, pick off a Medevac. It's Stim back halfway done already. The extra Marines coming through. Tank on the way. Engineering base on the way. Obviously, this is giving Bjorn a lot of control, but he is now down in army supply, and if he gets broken out of here, it could be Spirit going on the counterattack to the other side. Vikings will land. Only one tank siege. It will die. The other tank locked onto by the Cyclone will die as well. Like I say, maybe potential for Spirit to start moving across the other side. The tank sieging is actually quite nice. Gets a shot off. Viking dies. Oh, dangerous games as Spirit tries to put his third base on location. Bjorn's third is finished, but not even an orbital yet, so Spirit got his out onto position. That would be amazing for him. Hasn't been able to get there yet, though. SCVs will be repairing. Vikings being brought back up to health. The tank as well. Obviously, the benefit of being at home is you can bring those repairs into play. Going to be doing exactly that right now as 1-1 upgrades the Stim back on the way from Bjorn. He is behind on Stim. The 1-1 is about even, a little bit ahead from Bjorn. I don't think it's that much of a difference that's going to matter too much. Viking still chilling. Another tank will siege. Orbital command lifts off over on that left side. Stim back about to be done as well. Oh, we do actually have a drop across the map. It's going to be Marines. They're going to find Bjorn completely underprepared to deal with this. I love the turnaround onto the SCVs. Don't let them repair. Punish them immediately. Now get back onto this orbital, which is going to be half HP. SCVs turn around again. Spirit. Yeah, I mean, anything that comes forward to fight is going to die. Obviously, there is a tank, though, and that should push Spirit to his limits of how far he can go. This is already great, though. 19 SCVs are pushing the army back in the middle of the map as well. And Spirit is winning on two fronts right now with a 20 supply lead after this. The 19 workers killed puts him on a 10 worker lead as well, so he's going to be leading in that regard, too. Here's a tank continuing to hang about. A few Marines are going to come back over the left-hand side. We have the Marines just going to shoot here. Tank shots firing. A couple of depots taking hits. Spirit able to power up this position. I mean, again, what you've got going for you here is Bjorn is the potential to come in for the flanking attack. As the tank is going to hit the Marines, so tank high ground will get to live, and that's going to be a good fight from Bjorn to break out. Spirit will be pushed away for the moment. Still got that supply lead, though. Marines medevacs alone on that right side. 2-2 upgrades still coming about. Flips coming in. Siege tank building. Missile turrets as well. Continue to come through for the moment. Sense tower building up from Bjorn in the main base, and Bjorn is on the map with some Marines and medevac, so the opportunity to make something of a comeback is starting to present itself. Sense tower is finishing. Marines coming through, just going to grab the Cyclone. The army still pressing forward. Medevac's Spirit going to chill out in the bottom right. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Marine Medevac force of Bjorn pulling away. Spirit is very ahead on supply, but again, turning that into potential fights around the map can be scary, and he's going to be down on upgrades for a little bit, so maybe wants to at least wait till his 2-2 is done, and then he knows equal upgrades for a while, and then you can't be punished by playing, you know, around the map. Just going to stem all the way back up as some rocks get opened up. going to go stimming forward. How's yo, Ravi, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 102-month resub. Can I ask them to attack each other in all chat? I'm not a referee for your dragon, otherwise I'd gladly oblige. I'm sure I would. Again, 3-3 upgrades. Continuing up, Medivacs and Marines are still being brought in. Command Center finishing. 2 more starports in production. And this army of Spirit moving around the right side. A few Marines already looping about. Extra gas is coming up. Extra starports building from Spirit. Marines is going to stim on forward here. Chase a few of those Marines back a little. Again, kind of wild. Bjorn is the one behind the supply and everything, and yet Bjorn is the one that's out on the map here, challenging and threatening. Maybe going to be the one to make some changes, make something happen in this game. Those lives continue to pop out, tanking a few more Marines all coming through as well. To command in the center is going to be a gold base for Bjorn, which is a nice little bonus. Just libs out though from Spirit, and actually a good position to be able to push back a little bit. Now he's going to take position potentially onto this base. I actually think he could have gone. But the danger is going to be the counter attack, which means that you maybe should have absolutely gone. He slowed down, I think, because of the Liberators. While his Marines pull back, it's equal upgrades. Is this good enough for Spirit, who is medevacless right now, needed to kind of get those boosting back home? Spirit does have a supply lead still, so it's still looking okay. Takes this fight. Does it clean up these Marines? Not just yet. Units on the high ground, nothing really. Medevacs lift up, begin to boost away. I feel like we really got away with murder a little bit, though, to be honest. I mean, I feel like he could have been on top of this gold base and doing so much. Like I said, I think he was really wanting to slow push the libs, so beyond diving, made Spirit hesitate that little bit. He was like, well, I actually don't want to play that quickly. I want to go more slowly. So he just pulls back and goes from there instead, so makes that happen. He tanks the Marines, the Vikings coming back over. I'm just going to be seeing the Liberators with this army as well. The Marines actually come back over here, but a bunker and a tank is actually a pretty good defense. Only a couple of SCVs going down there. And that's going to make that a pretty comfortable little hold. Well, elsewhere, we get ourselves 3-3, about to finish up on the side of Bjorn. Spirit's army going to siege. What we doing? There's only a couple of tanks here. I think we can fight this, especially as the tanks will be cut in half as the Lib siege and one goes down already. Medevac's backing over here, but full Medevac's getting shot down by a missile turret. Oh, Bjorn, it's over. He just lost so much on that drop, and now, well, like I say, this push over here is not exactly looking to be stopped at the moment. Spirit seeing success. The Liberators slow push it forward. The tanks will be following. Gold base not going to be able to stay mining. This base is going to have to be the next fourth base out of Bjorn. The problem is, once you've taken one of these positions, what's stopping you from taking all of the others? There should have been more than one tank, no target fire for Spirit. Like, what stops you from just continuing this forward push? There's only 4 tanks out from Bjorn, so he doesn't have that much standing and staying power. He's about to lose one of these to the left side of the Liberator target fires. We do target fire eventually. Just a couple target fires that could have taken that tank out more easily. But we're getting there in the end. Tank sieging, Libs still pushing up, Vikings as well. Tank on the high ground being an annoyance. As currently Spirit is down an upgrade, but I feel like the numbers are so high that upgrades don't actually matter at the moment. One of these moments where it just doesn't count for too much is tanks will siege, Marines will move upwards, Vikings going to try and take position. Like I say, this next base is going to be in trouble. Spirit just needs to make sure he didn't leave nothing at home, because if he leaves nothing, he could be in trouble. If his opponent launches a counterattack while holding successfully, obviously that gets messy. And to be fair, he didn't leave nothing at home. He's got a lot of tanks up on the high ground, and yep, yeah, Bjorn went for everything. He tried to go straight to the main. If he actually just goes to these other bases, he might have some success, but he's just going to GG. He knows that Spirit has got this on lockdown, and Spirit is going to win it out. 2-1 is the victory scoreline for Spirit here, as he takes down this qualifier at a beautiful timing for us, because we are 15 minutes away from our next qualifier, guys. So the next qualifier coming up in about 15 minutes time. We're going to get that up and ready to roll for you guys. And like I said, that's going to be Spirit first, Beyond second, and then also Trap and Classic qualifying out of today. So yeah, gonna go spread the news and let people know the qualifier number 3 is coming up here, guys. We'll get that underway, like I say, in about 15 minutes. It's gonna be a little bit of a longer break than usual, just because we are literally between events. But like I say, will not be too long of a break at least. So we got that going for us, if nothing else. If you guys enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the content today, you can support further by subscribing to the channel. Helps us out a whole bunch. And yeah, subscribe, support, all of it goes a long way to helping us run more of these tournaments and run more of these events in general. So do check out those possibilities to support by subscribing and all the rest of it. We will take a few moments. We'll be back in just a little bit. It's going to be more Starcraft 2, like I say, in about 15 minutes time. We'll see you guys in just a little. Hello everybody, welcome back to our next qualifier today. It's going to be a bit of a smaller one actually, only 11 players signed up. We're still going to qualify top 4, prize money for top 2. We're going to start with Geralt versus Lancer when Geralt hops on over to the NA server, and that will be a straight up qualifying best of 3. It's very Protoss heavy tonight, guys. We've got Nightmare, Geralt, Lancer, Mana, Christiana, DNS, all Protoss representatives, Art as well, and then Nicorakt, Ref, Young Yakov as the non-Protoss. So it's a very Protoss heavy qualifier. Probably going to have some PvP. We'll see how it goes though. Hopefully we have some fun games, if nothing else. So welcome back. As we get this ready to go. Protoss heavy is what you call your weight gang? Hello. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me just check what Geralt is at. I think he's just in a ladder game or something. So he might be a couple minutes. Yeah, what's up, Hunkers42? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. He's not in a game, he's just... I think he's literally just hopped to NA as I hopped to Europe, so... Cool. Any chance for last minute sign up? I can't, everyone started playing, I think. Let me see. I think it's difficult because people are already starting to play and stuff, and there's not an easy way to fix the bracket. But we also have like no Zergs anyway, so maybe I can invite a cheeky Zerg once the qualifier's all done. Yo, thank you 321 Dash for the 2-month resub on the Prime, and Fuke for the 100 bits. Appreciate it, guys. Young Yakov is the Zerg. Yeah, he's our only Zerg right now. He would make it if he qualifies, we'd have 3 Zergs in the tournament. But if we don't get him to qualify, then yeah, we need some Zergs anyway. It's hard to find Zerg players nowadays, man. Zerg players just don't want to play and stuff. Alright, video is going on for Geralt versus Lancer, which is what we're going to hop on into here in just a few moments, guys. So we'll get that up and running ASAP for you all. Yeah, so that videoing shouldn't take too long. We can go from there. Like I say, probably going to get a whole bunch of PvP this evening. That's okay. We'll see how it goes. Do. So yeah, just waiting for these videos. We'll be off and away into Geralt, Lancer, some PvP action to start us off. Get this going. And we'll go from there. Lovely. Lovely. I guess just wait a couple moments. Same, shouldn't take too long. Both players are here. And we can get some Starcraft going. Am I watching the Euro finals? Nope. Can't watch it in the UK unless you have a TV license. I don't pay for a TV license, so can't watch. Will not be watching. I'll watch the score. That's pretty much what I've done for the entire tournament. Let's get into this PvP, guys. Playing that waiting game. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. The replays for these qualifiers going to go out? Ha ha ha. Yeah. I have no idea. The ones before the Beyond series? Oh, absolutely not. I have no way to access those. I don't ask players to send me the replays, so I only have access to whichever ones I casted. Yo, Balkan, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 51-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Alright guys, lobby's coming up, so we're going to be good to go. Thanks for a little bit of patience. So we got started here. And kick this off. Ready, have fun, GG's getting cold. And we can kick off into Geralt Lancer, which is already, like I say, a qualifying best of 3. And get this up and running. Do do do. Do 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 do. So yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. Like I said, kick off into this PvP in just a couple of moments. Get this underway. Go goes cold, and let's get some PvP underway. Like I said, we might just be in PvP for the full night, guys. probably only a couple hours on this qualifier. Kind of depends if some of the guys pull out some longer games, but don't expect this one to really kind of go on super long or anything. So get the Starcraft sounds back on. Let's get this Golden Aura map set up. And let's go. Golden Aura for the first map. Fun. Definitely potentially one of the macro PvP maps. Geralt played like a 40-plus minute game against Goblin earlier in PvP. Maybe potential to play Cyan in a super long game too. We will find out. It is Geralt in the bottom right. He takes on Lancer, formerly known as Cyan, in the top left. So, game number 1 of this best of 3. We get this one up and running. Let's see what's going to happen. Everyone knows Wardy streams are only PvP or TVT. That's not true. Oh, yeah. Getting called out over here. Yo, Dave, thank you so much for the donation. I'm going to have to open my thingy to read that. Oh, I've already got it open. £8 donation, incoming call from Dave. Hi, Wardy, it's Dave. I know you don't have TTS, but I just wanted to say good job and keep it up. Also, probe. I don't know what that last word is, but not in on all the modern day memes and stuff, man. Just so normal nowadays. All right, so on kickoff, we get going. We start into this match as we get PvP up and rolling. It is going to be 2 gateways each. Nothing surprising about that just yet. That probe nibbles at the other probe. Oh, the start of it sounds like a phone ring. Does it really? That's wild. Look, I can give you a phone call if you need it. Oh, yeah. There you go. Official call from Dave. There you go. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the donation, mate. Appreciate it as always. As you just see, Double Stalker versus Stalker Centric coming up. It's going to be a little bit of a difference to start things out. Got that underway. Go moving through, obviously Stargate the choice here from Lance. As you can see in the production tabs, a little bit less gas spent on units. Gives him the chance to put that Stargate down a little bit earlier instead. So gets that on the go. Pick that off, we get that going. You see the Sentry and the Stalker there, just going to fire up a little bit. A couple Stalkers now going to poke away at the panel on the top side. Doing a little bit more damage. Clear that out and we should be good to go. Stalker and the Sentry gather over at home. Geralt will have 2 more Sentries on the way, which means lots of scout information available for him here. Lots of possibilities. We've seen a couple of forces coming down and Adept getting taken out. Just going to see the other Stalks coming through. Still poking in. We've seen the Oracle going about. Sentries and a Stalker just pushing some damage in. Blink coming up, probes coming through, gateway on the way as well, Oracle coming around that left-hand side. Loose gun clinician gets chased out over that right side, gonna hop up into the main. Almost Stalkers just getting wolfed through again, Blink being brought up on both sides. Nation's still coming about, the Blink's coming in for the moment, just gonna move around. Stalker's still on the move, just gonna see that Oracle coming on up as well, Nexus building, charge on the way, Forge coming through. Stalker's just going to knock down a power, so Geralt on the other side is already going to find some damage in there. Recall coming back through. Stalker's going to fight. Sentry's in some trouble. And Stalker's going to fight back. Just going to be seeing the hallucination. Oh, the State Sword, sorry, not the hallucination. Going to go up on the high ground. Lancer does catch a few of those units, including the Sentry. Now blinks to the low ground. That's a fake Colossus. That's a hallucination. We see now Stalker charge +1 continue to come about. It's going to be seeing our extra gateways in the Robo facility continue to come through as well. Oracle comes back over, extra gates, and the Stalker, the +1 continue to come through. Let's see how Stalker's back up to the top side. I'm trying to make a little bit of a move here. See what we are doing. Stalker's blink back over to the right. It's going to go grab a pylon. That is going to go down. Again, +1 coming up on both sides. Prism coming through. Extra results coming in. Charge and the Prism continuing up. Extra gateways coming about as well. It's pretty active. Obviously, all those Blink Stalker plays, you know, going back and forth made this a pretty crazy little situation early on. In the end, Lancer lost a Robo facility. It's kind of crazy how few units died considering everything that happened there. I mean, I know it was mostly pylons going down, but even then, very little changed. Zealot Stalkers coming through is going to be insane. A couple of Zealots coming about. And as you see, another few Zealots from the high ground. Charge done from Geralt. That's going to be troublesome. As actually Lancer coming through. The 20 army supply lead and looking amazing right now. Going to fire up, and actually, that's going to be tough for Geralt to stop as more Zealots coming through. We actually have to recall the Stalkers back, but they're going to recall right into the fight. Super Battery activates. Lancer probably just backs off, lets the Super Battery fade. You'll have reinforcing Zealots showing up as well. Just gonna fight, pylon going down. Stalker's fighting, Zealot's chasing through. Extra TT's gonna warp in, +2 attack coming up. So we've seen the Zealots get the wraparound. Stalker's taking shots, TT's still moving through. Lancer is gonna be what, 128 to 78 supply. Looking amazing right here. Look as though this one is gonna get wrapped on up. 15 dead probes, and Geralt is really just hanging on for dear life. Again, this is a qualifying best of 3. This is obviously just game number 1, but steps in the right direction. As our DT is going to get active, going to go after those probes. Stalker's going to go after a few more of them zealots. Going to get some jumps, and Observer goes down. We continue to push on forward. She gets called, and it is going to be Lancer to take game 1 of our best of 3. Just like that. Alright, so first game goes the way of Lancer. That was kind of chaotic, and in the end it didn't feel like too much had happened, but Lancer obviously got the better of it. And Yakov has moved on to play Christian in his round. Art took out Nico Rect already. He will play Nightmare, so some pretty quick matches to start us off. TNS Graph, the only non-qualifying match that's currently still ongoing. As we dive into this next game in just a sec. Ready, get this underway. We'll get into game 2 nice and quickly. Alright, let's hop into Ghost River. Sorry, excuse me. Just hop into Ghost River for game number 2. What a map change from Golden Ore, a bigger Macquarie, to Ghost River, very small and aggressive. In the top right, blue Protoss is Geralt. And in the top left, our red Protoss player is going to be Lancer. Alright, well, gate's coming up, assimilate's coming through, we get settled in. Just want to move up to the top side here. You see that gateway, second gateway and cyber core coming through. But yeah, this pylon here from Lancer is just placed in a little bit of a cheeky space. We'll see if we do anything with it. It may very well just be that kind of idea of trying to throw Geralt off and getting worried about something that may not come around. Two depths in production here, so they're just going to be coming about as well. And we do actually indeed proxy on that pylon, so it's going to be the robo facility from Lancer as he looks for a way to move through into the main portion of the tournament. Rope moving about, again, robo facility, couple of depths coming in, warp gate coming online. Twilight Council starts on the side of Geralt to get that going. A couple of stalkers on the warp gate building as well. Bringing that on in. Well, now there's a couple of adepts negotiating forwards. Twilight Council is already on the way from Geralt. Stalkers on both sides. Going to be seeing the adepts going to get here. Stalker taking some shots. Just moving forwards again. Twilight Council finishes right now, and we do have our Stalkers chasing the Adepts up to the high ground. 2 Adepts, 2 Stalkers going to turn back around, and the Stalkers get chased. Run the hell away. Of course, we've got the Robo facility producing as well. We've already got the Prism out. So that's going to provide some much needed micro potential, though Prism is going to go straight to the main. All the units out here from Geralt. Could be a problem, perhaps. And yeah, Prism goes in, 2 Adepts. Inside, we will combo up for a couple of probes at the very least. We get 3 kills. Cancel that shade, lift up, get out. Prism still healthy, only taking shield damage, and our Immortal on the way as we look to double down on this attack. However, Blink is on the way from Geralt. He's proxying the gateway. This is still full commitment from Lancer as well. If Blink gets up, it becomes so much more difficult for Lancer. It's hard to imagine he ends the game before Blink is ready. So for him, it's going to be about how does he control this? Can he force this to not be too crazy a set of fights drawn out all over the place? Or is this going to get just completely chaotic? I mean, generally, I think he just wants to hold the low ground and expand, but then he needs to make sure he doesn't let his opponent out, which is tough because of the Blink. I just don't see if he has really the power to kind of push up here. Again, trading straight up is not exactly going to be on your list of things you want to do either, as that gateway will take some shots. It's going to be going down, so we're actually going to get the first gate quickly. That's good, as a lag spike there. Adept Sentry going to lift up, move back around a little bit. We continue on to gateway number 2. That's one of the other one of 2 gateways currently in the game, right? Actually, we got the bottom left gate as well, so we're not really that hemorrhaged in terms of production for Geralt just yet. Again, Lancer has a lot of power right now. So he moves up the gateway, taking some damage, a few shots going off. Depth, Stalker and Sentry dancing around a little bit. The Sentry gets taken out. The Immortal continues through. The Wolf Gate will fall. Blink finishing now from Geralt. Is there a time you do just back away from this? I mean, the Immortal should be able to stand up and fight to some extent, especially if the Prism still lives. The micro potential means the Stalkers will not get a kill. Of course, Stalkers can hit the Prism first, but at least then it's more time for the Immortals to fight back. Also goes down a Stalker. A little bit trapped. Prism does survive this for the moment. A little bit of micro back. Obviously, Prism is your own personal little Blink, right? And so far, Lance still maintains. The problem is Lancer's not getting anywhere. And now we warp in Stalkers across the map. So we're actually going to see some amount of aggression happening over there. Stalkers pull back a little bit. Immortal Stalker gathering in. Those few Stalkers up to the top side as well. Just going to come through. Go away, and the Zealot starts to take some damage. We'll take some shots here. Like I say, this is where you're going to need to defend the counter-attack, and it's awkward because you don't have an Immortal back at home or anything, so we're just going to full recall. Oh no, we actually only recall the 2 Immortals. That's going to leave 2 Immortals out over here. Man, what 4 Immortals already? That's kind of a wild amount. So much power in this army, but of course if you've got to strip it up and split it apart, it's going to be so much more difficult to utilize that. Blink coming up, Stalkers will come in around the bottom. I'm just going to blink through. 1 Immortal goes down, Prism down as well. Next Immortal taking shots and likely not going to last too long. Stalkers get back out around to the right side. Again, Blink coming up, more Stalkers warping in. The Adepts will go and pick their way through a couple of additional probies. So 2 more probes going down, make it 3. Obviously, first Nexus comes down here from Lancer. Is Geralt going to expand, or is Geralt just going to push it? For now, it looks like he's going to push it. New Prism on the way up. Only 3 Immortals remaining. Geralt will expand as well. Blink halfway done from Lancer is huge. If he actually gets up to... Well, that's actually a great catch. Prism will be denied. I was going to say, if he gets up to the Blink, though, I mean, that alone is very powerful, because then you're just playing Blink versus Blink, but you've got the Immortals on your side, plus the faster Nexus. Definitely feels as though Lancer, who's 1-0 up in the series, is looking very good in this game too at the moment. I prefer his position. I just don't see Geralt doing anything to try and change it before Blink is finished. So yeah, I don't think much is going to come up from that. Blink finishing soon. Nexus about to be done. Robo Bay halfway done as well. Observer building up from Geralt as we do see our Nexus continuing out. We're just going to be seeing our units there able to get some cleanups. A couple more Stalkers coming over. Our blink has now completed, and that gives Lancer so much more confidence on the map. Geralt gets a Robo Bay up, so a cheeky little Robo Bay to mix things up a little bit here. Definitely a different way to go about this as our Stalkers, our Immortals come across this right-hand side. Hallucination spawns in. Going to start heading toward the main base, and I mean, high ground vision could be kind of neat, but you can't obviously bring the Immortals to the high ground. Oh, we got force field potential, though I guess Blink kind of nullifies a lot of the force fields. We move forwards there, and we get a little blink forwards. Disruptor about to be done. Disruptor would be massive defensively, but it all depends on how the micro goes. I think Disruptor is specifically huge because obviously the Immortals can't micro into a Prism or anything. Those Stalkers have blinked, although cooldown should be back before the Disruptor shot needs to be blinked away from. Disruptor shot honestly doesn't do too well, and those Immortals have been allowed to just smash the Stalkers throughout this. Now we pull back, limiting the opposing Stalker shots while we're just killing probes off. And this is looking pretty beautiful here at the moment for Lancer, who just takes a serious lead. 11, 12 probes killed. That's still going up. Another force field. We're just going to kill the natural, and that is pretty much game in hand. All he has to do now, he doesn't even have to stick around here. It might even be dangerous to stick around here. He's got a serious advantage. Like I say, doesn't necessarily need to do much right now as those Stalkers getting a little bit involved. Dodges another Disruptor shot as we try and chase down Stalkers here. Lancer shutting down the options for Geralt to kind of play around the map in general at the moment. Another Disruptor shot. Oh, that one's good. Much better. We might just kind of dive onto, well, honestly, kill anything right now. These Immortals, whatever they hit, is going to be absolute and utter value. Stalkers still taking some shots. Super Battery activating to try and defend. We are going to lose one Immortal. A second Immortal is about to go down. Lancer's up 20 workers. It doesn't really matter about Immortals at this point. Yeah, the Disruptor's nice, but at the end of the day, it's just not going to be enough of a difference. We still have an Immortal and a few Stalkers left here. There's going to be so much more building done on the side of Lancer, and Geralt will not recover, so Lancer will qualify into our event. Geralt will fall just short. There's got more Stalkers shooting it up, trying to find some final kills. I mean, this isn't even going to go Geralt's way because we actually have an HP advantage here on the side of Lancer as well, so he is going to lose out on this fight. GG, says Geralt, as he was just fighting until the very bitter end, and Lancer takes the 2-0 into the semi-finals. But Lancer can continue to play for some additional prize money, as we do have all the other matches in the round of 8 now playing out. It is going to be Mana against DNS, Christiana against young Yakov, and Nightmare versus Art. So all of that is ongoing. I'm just wondering if any of that didn't begin yet. I'm going to quickly check EU to see if there's anything available we can hop into, perhaps. They're all a few minutes in at least, so not much we can do there for the moment, apart from just wait it out a little bit, guys. So we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, more StarCraft 2 action coming up. So we'll be back in just a few moments' time. I'll see you guys after this quick break. We'll be right back. Alright, going to be joining Mana versus DNS, which is currently 1-0 in favor of Mana. Going to be jumping into game 2 of this in just a moment. This one ready to rumble. And kick this off. So yeah, Mana versus DNS, we're going to get this on the go. Letting Lanza know he can begin his semi-final when it's ready. We'll just stick on the bottom side of the bracket most likely here for the rest of the day, which is this second game and then into the semis, etc. So should just be able to go fairly back to back unless Christiana and Yakov play a very long matchup. So we'll see, we'll see. We're counting down and getting up and running. Our readies are cold, and we are going to GLHF our way into Site Delta. Let's kick this off and see what will go down between two European PvPers. Mana's leading this 1-0. Definitely the kind of series that can go any which way, so don't count anyone out just yet. In the bottom right corner, our Red Protoss player from Team Liquid is Mana. In the top left, it's going to be our Blue Protoss player, DNS. So we get this set up, we get this going. We just have ourselves game number 2 of the best of 3. It's going to be low ground gates, which is very normal on Site Delta because of that ramp up. That is a setup as well. Going to be a Zealot on the way from each just so we can deal with the blocking here. Get this underway, just going to be seeing our probe moving around a little bit. Zealot popping out of that gateway. The Stargate going to come down as well. Just going to move on over here. A Adept coming over is going to be able to grab the probe. He's just going to knock that one down. And you're going to see some of these blocks. And this is exactly why you build a Zealot, right? So you can just have the Zealot available to kind of fire back and clean up this side. Of course, the block does not last forever, so it is very important to have the Zealot. Zealot and Adept, he obviously not as bothered as Mana, just got the Nexus down, so that's way better for him, not having to deal with this still. And Mana definitely getting a little bit of an edge on that Nexus timing. Now DNS is a slightly faster Stargate, hits the first Phoenix sooner than his opponent. Do you imagine that's something Mana can recover from, though? Phoenix versus Phoenix is very fragile, but you know, half a Phoenix timing advantage is not something that can typically come into play because by the time you attack, your opponent will have that other half of Phoenix build time ready to go because it's, you know, going to be at home for him and you've got to send your Phoenix across the map, etc., etc. So that should be All good as our Adepts. Just going to shade on forwards, trying to look at each other there. It's going to be rallying out. Stargate on the way up. Get that going. So it's going to be double Stargate from Mana straight away. You see now Phoenix coming through, just going to get a couple of shots off as they play clean up there, but second Stargate being a little faster for Mana could be a way to play catch up. He's slightly supply blocked here, something to recover from. Pylon drops down again, assimilate's coming up, the Phoenix are building in. Just going to be seeing our probes heading to the upper left side. Those Phoenix continue to patrol around a little bit here as the Adept comes over toward the natural. The Zealot just going to be chilling there. Again, the Phoenix continue through. So Phoenix coming in on both sides. We do have ourselves the army of Mana continuing to just collect together for the moment. All of those Phoenix building up right now. The warp gate on the way in. Looking good. Judgment Akira, thank you so much for the 58-month resub on the stream. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for resubscribing and supporting the channel. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I'll check a little pylon going down. A couple of Phoenix coming about. Warp gate still coming through. Phoenix count at this stage, by the way, 8 against 10. DNS actually has a 2 Phoenix lead, so that himself a slight advantage, and he is coming across the map. Love the pylons everywhere from Mana as well. There's no ground units to really fight with right now. This is one of the things about when playing Phoenix on Phoenix. It's kind of weird, but you can use our pylons to block, and that's exactly what Mana did. So DNS, trying to take a third base, literally cannot take a third base with any of the units he currently has. At least not in the normal position. So that's, again, a cute little play. I think Mana's doing a lot of the little things better in this game. The initial block, the block right here. There is a Zealot actually from DNS that will be able to work through this. And he will start to chip his way through that pylon, trying to open up this base in the near future. And you have the Phoenix are kind of hunting across the map from DNS, trying to edge towards these Phoenix of Mana. This is actually a very scary moment. Phoenix on Phoenix is very dangerous. As you can see, double shot goes off. I believe that was 2 for 1 in Mana's favor. No, it was actually 2 for 2. Both of them got 2 one-shots off, so wasn't too much of a deal. Phoenix still gathering. Blink starting up on the side of Mana as well. Dark Shrine, couple of gateways, Nexus, probes. All continuing out our... a little cheeky Dark Shrine from Mana on the top side. That's very cool as well, as he's made a switch to Twilight Council, so he's going to stop going Phoenix. I mean, DTs alone win you this game if your opponent does not know that this is on the way. Yes, he can make its Oracle or so for detection, but it's going to be too late by the time the DTs are already around. And yeah, he's going to keep on building Phoenix. And Mana's doing this great. He's really sold the Phoenix, which, to be fair, he made a lot of Phoenix. But right now, DNS is not concerned about the need for detection at all. But the Dark Shrine is over halfway done. It's going to be a quick warping in the top side of the map as well. That's going to be a huge deal. And we will just look to cause absolute utter chaos from there. And why are the DTs good following up from just the DT harass? You can morph Archons back at home, and the Phoenix can't do anything about Archons. Archons cannot be lifted by Phoenix, so they're just a straight-up defense against Phoenix. Third Stargate from DNS. He still thoroughly believes this is Phoenix on Phoenix. Mana right now probably wants to just try and stay away a little bit with his Phoenix, trying not to reveal the lack of them, because that might get DNS concerned. 3 DTs warp in. The longer that Mana goes without his Phoenix, disadvantage being seen is going to be huge. He's actually going to just have to reveal it now. As his opponent has Phoenix range, DNS immediately starts 2 Oracles before the DTs even show up, because he knows immediately. He's like, oh crap, there's potential for this to be terrible for me. All 3 DTs, what are we doing? No, I misrallied because we're trying to walk into the main base. Oracles are coming up. I don't know what we actually target fire for the best here as Mana. He's taking a ton of damage. He needs to do a lot of work himself. There's no battery on this natural. This Oracle is going to get out. Oh, Mana was, like I say, moments away. DNS poking forwards with the Phoenix was absolutely crucial here. As all 3 DTs get revealed by that Oracle. Second Oracle popping out. We've killed 5 probes. It's obviously not enough. Although Mana's actually still ahead in workers. But now he needs to make like an incredibly unrealistic amount of stalkers in his favor. He will kill the third base, split the DTs up, obviously keep them from being revelated. There's the first Archon morph. As expected, like I say, Archons will be the one thing the Phoenix can't do anything about. Yep, so 2 Archons, and these Phoenix literally cannot stop these Archons. So that is currently an issue, and DNS has nothing else he can build right now to really deal with Archons. Archons morphing at home as well. That is why the DTs are so good, because they should be deadly. In this case, they weren't quite deadly, but now they turn into something that can be still very good. As, yeah, this is going to be a lot of probes dead from Mana most likely, but DNS is only on 2 bases, so Mana, he can lose every probe on this third, and he's still okay in theory. As a Mothership and an Immortal starts building, oh man, I wasn't building the Archons back at home. He's built the Archons on the front line on the other side of the map, so you can actually go and attack with them. I would have liked to see some Archons at home to just put some damage out on these Phoenix, right? To just slowly work our way through them. And trying to take a 4th base. The Oracle's coming across. Mana's losing now 42 probes. The Archons have recalled home. Do you just put one Archon on each base? What's the best call of action here? The issue with Archons is they're immobile, right? And as DNS does this much damage, now he goes into carrier production as well. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Mana. Well played by DNS. The moment he noticed there wasn't as many Phoenix as there should be from Mana, he instantly started the Oracles, and that was speedy enough to... yeah, that was speedy enough to just make the difference, I think, as our carriers, our model, all coming up. Archon still firing, Phoenix still taking some additional shots. Probes getting shot at, 4-5 workers going down, make it 6, make it 7. Phoenix will do everything that they can as the Archon going to get underneath and really whacking away at the Phoenix. 2 Oracles into the main, going to go after some probes as well. Like I say, the Archons are great, but once carrier's out, the Archons aren't going to matter. So that's the cool play from DNS as well, just realizing his answer to this problem. Looks like we're going to get tied up ones apiece in this best of 3. Getting ourselves all tied up. Cool stuff. I just don't see how Mana ever holds from here, man. So close to being successful with the DTs. Might have even been okay if he actually didn't mess rally as well, because he didn't assume the wall-off was going to be in place. And time up to try and catch the Archons. There's just no way these Archons can fight this. Yes, it's only really the carriers that can fight the Archons. I just do not believe it's ever going to be good enough. Phoenix can go and hunt down every single probe. DNS can keep building carriers. He does not need to do anything drastic here. He just needs to play cleanup on this third base, on the probes. Things that Mana literally cannot stop from happening. And these, like I said, the problem with the Archons is they're just too immobile to really do anything. So they're just kind of stuck, clunky, can't really chase down units. That's why at first I thought when he was building extra Archons they were back at home, and I would have liked that because then you can split a couple in each base and keep some workers alive. But obviously in this scenario we've not been able to keep any workers alive. You know, you lost so many, the Archons didn't get any shots off, you didn't slow down your opponent at all. Well, Phoenix is going to sit on this natural mana. He's going to go for one large attack across the map and just hope that there's not enough carriers to make the difference. We Mothership recall the Phoenix back home just so they can deal with everything else. We're pushing up. Stasis Ward going to catch a bunch. Yeah, this may as well just be done right here. I mean, the Stasis Ward on top of everything else that I've been talking about for DNS is just going to push this even further in his favor. He can't chase, but the moment those units pop out of the stasis, he's going to be already set to fight. It buys him even more time for more carriers. Unless this amount of Archons is genuinely enough to just take out the Interceptors and never let the Interceptors come back into play, I mean, that's the only concern, right? The thing is, DNS is like Mana has to go. Walking away is not going to help him right now. GG says Mana, as we are going to go to game 3 here, and this one gets tied up 1-1 in this quarterfinal qualifying matchup. Crazy stuff as Art, 2-0's Nightmare. Look at Art go, man. Dude is just bopping along. A legend. Alright, so Art's going to 2-0 Nightmare. He's going to go up against Lancer. Mana is going to be fighting DNS here 1-on-1, and I don't have an update on Christiana Young Yakov right now, but that is also currently ongoing. So games going down across the board here as we get game 3 ready to start. Let's kick off into this in just a second. Alcyone going to be our map. Get this underway. Start this off. Get a rolling. Yeah, just waiting for DNS to join our lobby. We will be good to go. Bam, bam, bam. I guess. I'm just waiting. Take this off in a couple. DNS has joined us, so we should be good to go. Alright. Let's go into the bottom left-hand side as we're tied up 1-1 here in the bottom left. I read Protoss from Team Liquid. This is a Mana. And on the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be DNS. So a little game number 3 here, see who gets to qualify. Fun matchup. Love to see either of these players in. DNS and Man have been playing WardiTV events for a long ass time. These guys have been grinding out tournaments for what, like, probably 9 years now. Anna has won a WardiTV European League at one point. DNS won some of our invitational events. One pylon here from DNS. He's going to look at a little bit quirky with the proxy robo in this game. So he's going to bring the aggression. Stargate on the way from Mana. The thing from Mana is he's going to see this very early on, so knowing this early is going to be some action for him. And Depth Shade's back through the center, going to take the Watchtower. More Stalkers continue to come about, but Warpgate continuing in production as well, so we get all of that on the go. It's going to be seen as Zealot and the Adept going to go after the pylon. If you can deny that, that would be incredible. Pylon taking some shots. Gonna be quarter HP now. Stalker show up. I mean, the Stalker, a Zealot and Adept should just send it, right? There's no way you don't want to depower this. This is gonna be pretty good, man. Zealot's now on top of the Stalker, and the Stalker taking some serious damage too. Adept gonna get some more shots off. Didn't get killed initially. We're gonna go Stalker for an Adept so far. Now Stalker should go down, but turning back the other way. One shot off on the probe. Honestly, I don't hate it. Good delay from Mana. Mana now has an Oracle out and a Void Ray building, so he's already getting set up very well defensively. DNS has also gone Twilight Council, so I think DNS is looking towards the future as well. Figure out what he can do. The Oracle going to go across the map. There is going to be a battery up, but we can, of course, still maybe Stasis Ward instead. That will be a possibility as that Void Ray finishing soon. Warp Gate about to be done. Prism warps in into the Stalker. Oracle activates, going after the probe. Stalker going to take some shots. Battery healing goes back on action. Yeah, we're going to drain the battery of energy. That Void Ray in the main base is going to have some work to do here, as it is going to get shot at. Battery just finishes up in time to protect it. No prismatic alignment yet. Got to be a little careful on that one. And we do get away with that Prism. So DNS gets pushed away, but this is Mana up a base. So as long as Mana is holding on to this base, he should be pretty darn happy about things right now. Prism gets set to warp in. A couple more Stalkers coming through. Oracle coming back around. Just going to see the Stalker shots coming off. Oracle will still take some hits. Tries to get the Stasis Ward here, but it gets denied, so still forcing some lost mine time with the probes having to pull, which is obviously not great for DNS, who's down a lot of workers. Is trying to put as much money as possible into this attack. And Bloodvet Mana's got a Robo coming up, starting to build Immortals instead of Void Rays is very powerful in these defensives. Immortals are generally better. Just the Void Rays are typically more kind of easy to get to because you open Stargate. I think early the Void Ray is a little bit better, but like you definitely just don't want to keep building Voids. Building into Immortals instead is amazing. The battery is so far back as well. It means the Nexus can potentially take damage. It's kind of awkward. You're a little bit out of reach of those batteries while actually fighting those Stalkers if they're that far back. The one thing you got to be careful of here is to not let those Stalkers get into one-shot potential and then one-shot the Void Rays down. That's why the Immortal's amazing, because the Immortal's a little bit more survivable in those scenarios, and that would go a long way. Prismatic alignment on cooldown as Blink is ready. We blink underneath. Target fire is not there. The targeting was spread. Now it's about getting rid of these Stalkers so you do not have one-shot potential still in the next two Voids. I think we're going to be okay. Another Immortal coming through. Well, the first Immortal coming through. Another Void Ray is still already on the way up as well. I think we're actually going to be A-okay on this one. There's our Stalkers, Immortal, two Voids. Here we go. We're going to blink underneath again, but that's where the Immortal's going to come into play. And it absorbs a lot of shots, pulling back. I think we still have Super Battery to use as well, no? As Mana pulls back once again as the replacement Void Ray comes up here in just a second. Obviously losing the Oracle means you don't have defensive stasis either, as we are going to be seeing this Immortal not in reach of the battery, so it goes down on the ramp. We will have this Void Ray activate in Prismatic Alignment. We are just going to go forwards. Can the Void Rays take out these Stalkers? What do the Stalkers want to do? They're going to blink underneath, out of range of the batteries again. DNS is going to take down both Void Rays and Mana. Those far back gate batteries have absolutely cost him here. His tech units all getting picked apart one by one. And DNS is going to take this as a victory. 46 to 31 supply. Oh, brutal for Mana, because it felt like he'd done everything he needed to defend, but I actually think the batteries being so far back were actually a real pain for him, because even sitting on the ramp was not something he could do much else about, right? Stalker's going to push up. Pylon will go down. Two Immortals. Kind of scary, but at this stage, you're already popping his DNS, and I mean, you're denying the gateways now. You're pushing further up in toward this main. You have the power of Blink to trade with as well, so there's so much value waiting to come out of these Stalkers. Just going to get ourselves onto this Cybernetics core, work our way through that. A couple of Immortals and Stalkers still pushing through. Adept taking some damage, getting shoved away here as well. Sentries warping in. Observer coming up, a few Adepts still moving around. Threatening the shade, and that's going to be successful. 2-3 probes. 4 probes going down quickly. Seeing all of those probes continue to drop as our Mortals and Stalkers come back over from Mana, trying to deal with this, but I mean, DNS just getting further and further ahead. His army count is going to be ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, triple Immortal is scary, but I mean, there's just not economy here for Mana anymore. Mana kind of needs to just go across the map, That's where the Prism's going to come in. Maybe just go across the map, one big shove, try and get it done. And just hard to imagine it works out against someone who's got Blink and the ability to kind of slow you down along the way. Immortal's firing. More shots continue to come about here. Once again, just Adepts in the base. Mana is going to go for the push across the map. That's going to give him probably the only chance he has of making this work out. Press on in. Just going to see a couple Stalkers getting pushed back. Force field dropping into place. Prism's still going to be sat there. Another Stalker going down. The Immortal's getting hit. Continue to just push our way into this as the extra Adept warp in. Super Battery's going to activate. Continue to try and kite back mana. With only one probe left in the game, it's this army or die trying. In theory, with the Prism, you can dance forever, but your opponent is continuing to build units, and Micro is never going to be 100% perfect. We can blink on the Prism, and then you cannot dance forever. GG's, and DNS wins this. I did not think he had this one. I thought Mana was absolutely cruising, but I was wrong, and it is going to be DNS 2-1 to move on into the semis, alongside young Yakov, who will qualify himself by taking out Christiana. So young Yakov beats Christiana. He now plays against DNS, and we'll get into that in just a few moments' time as we continue our way through the games. So perfect, we'll get those guys to invite us when they are ready, as Art, Lancer are already playing their semi-final. So we're just going to go straight into our semi, then straight into our final. So just 2 best-of-3s left, guys. Get that up and running. Beautiful. Alrighty. So that's what we're going to do. I guess we just go to a quick little break. Come back in a little bit. I'll see you guys very, very soon. More StarCraft 2 coming up. We'll see you straight after this quick BRB. Alrighty guys, hello, welcome back. Ethermo with the raid as well. Hello guys, we're going into DNS Young Yakov here as we get this PVZ ready to go. Let's hop into the semi-final. Lancer took out Art 2-0 in the other semi-finals, so that's already a final setup. The winner of this plays Lancer in the best 3 for a little bit of prize money. That's going to be how we work this through today. How everything is going. So, without further ado, let's get into this. As we have in the bottom right-hand side, the red Protoss player, DNS. And he takes on Young Yakov in the top left, took out Christiana 2-0. So congrats to him. That's actually a pretty darn cool result. So that's really nice to see for him. That's awesome. Let's see if he can continue with that from here on out. As we get settled into game number 1 of this best of 3, we'll look to see what is going to come up next. So, some ZVP. I kind of thought we were going to have PvP for the night, but we will get a little bit of ZVP here at the very least, so that is amazing. So something a little bit of a positive for us. We'll take that. Very happy that that's the case. Never going to complain about getting some different matchups on the go. Just going to be seeing that probe coming through, and the spawning pool comes out on the side, so hatch, gas, and pool all coming straight in. Probe getting nibbled at by that little drone, so a little bit of damage going to be done there. As that probe continues across, trying to see a little bit more of what else can be done for the moment. So we get set up, we get moving around a little bit. I see our probe scout just trying to see a little bit of what's happening here. Not expecting anything too crazy to be found or figured out though, so pretty normal for the moment. Again, just going to be having our probe on to keep track of things, make sure nothing too funky is happening. Those are the general goals at this point of the game, so you kind of go about that. That is your goal, that is your plan. And you just go from there. That's where we sit right now. Probe is going to patrol around the front, keeping an eye on things as well. So let's just trying to see what else is happening. And a couple Lings going to try and chase that down. A little bit of a lag spike there. Hopefully nothing too major or serious or long-lasting. There's a couple Lings still chasing after our Proby. Our Proby will escape away down the left-hand side. So Proby getting out for the moment, trying to get away from this. And Ling speed coming through. The extra drones coming about as well. Let's see how depth continues to shade by. Ling speed still coming forwards here. Ling's coming out. 28 drones, but just getting the Lings ready to play a bit of defense and maybe even a bit of offense on the other side as well. Possibility that we get forwards and try to get a little bit of damage done. So, got eyes on all this as again the Lings and the Ling speed going to be finishing up very shortly here. Warp Gate, Oracle continue to come out. A couple of depths already making their shade. Ling speed coming about with Queen and a couple of drones. I see the Lings obviously now pressure on the other side. That's the benefit of having committed to this sort of stage. This amount of Lings can get to the other side, have a little bit of a look to see what's going on. The Lings get a wrap around there, and the Adepts will get caught for a moment. Pulse around, and the Lings will then fairly quickly dispatch those. As the Oracle activates, a few more Lings still dropping. And get ourselves into our game 1 action, because the Oracles will get defended. They will get pushed back on this. Things should end up settling here for the next couple minutes. So we get to settle down. Oracle still seeing what else can be done. In the end, those Oracles are actually going to go for a little bit of a journey out across the other side, so they're going to go moving a little bit. facility coming up. Our Nexus on the way. The Oracle's still building. Things just kind of getting there and again trying to see a bit of what's going on. Love the activity from these lings. Able to do so much for themselves over the course of this. Forcing the Oracles to be out of energy gives them so much more opportunity as well. Kind of crazy. As we do see, the Oracle's going to show up, going to go after a couple of these lings as well. So also looking to try and play cleanup here. That's going to try and find some more drone kills. They actually come back over that direction and they can turn back into this natural, which is neat. Like still wrapping around and probably going to get the cleanup, so not too much lost. Good defense from Yakov as he tries to ensure that DNS just cannot find too much across the course of everything that gets done in this one. Oracle still getting pushed around and bullied about. Robo facility coming up as well. As we get a little bit more tech online from DNS, his follow-up now starting to take shape for us in this game. Oracles activate, and Queen goes down. Second Queen targeted as well. Nice from DNS, finding even more chances to deal damage. Kinda thought he was a little bit done in terms of finding damage, to be honest. That doesn't seem to be the case. Gets a little bit more done, like I say. Even some Queens, nice to get rid of. Nice to get a little bit more out of all that. Oracles are still around as well, so still staying extremely active. DNS finding so many opportunities. Drone's dead. We're gonna see DNS continue to just establish more and more and more control at this point in time. See, it's a sentry. The Colossi actually moving forward. DNS really confident to move forward with this amount of army. And even Lings right now could maybe be scary if there was enough of them. Obviously, Colossi shoot down Lings, but there's the Hydra showing up as well. They definitely are scary. Just gonna have to back away from that for a moment or two. I'm going to move back to the upper left. Full Vipers on the way, plus 2 melee and missiles both building. Seismic Spines coming up as well. I mean, yeah, it's, comfortable moving forwards as well. This is Golden Ore, one of the more comfortable maps to play that macro on. I'm going to get a lot of bases fairly easily. There's not going to be as much contest on those. Yeah, still looking to be pretty active with the army, but you've got to be careful. It's very easy to step too far forward. Oh, those Colossus gathering. We see the Viper lurk at Hydra. Moving to the bottom. Army of DNS comes around from the upper side. Colossus going to fire up some shots. Some Lings going down. Hydra's going to push downwards. A couple of Zealots already getting knocked away as the lurkers do burrow up. Immortal going to get taken out, and we actually have a Ling's going to get rid of a bunch of these High Templar as well. Now, the Vipers get feedback, so they do not have energy left, but are the lurkers just in too good of a position for DNS to deal with? It's a slow burrow. They don't have adaptive talons, and maybe this is a step too far from Yakov as DNS is going to get the cleanup here. Colossus is still going big. How much do we kill? These lurkers are getting a lot done at the end, too. The Colossi now die. +21 Hydras. +3 missiles, +3 melee still coming about. Adrenal glands too. A few more shots dropping into play. Blink coming up, +3 attack coming through. Mortals Colossus coming about. That's going to be seeing the lurkers and the Hydras continue to set up through the center of the map, heading down to the bottom. And obviously, you're going to go one way. Hydra lurker going to go set up again. Just if you get in between the bases, it's so tough. You've got to be able to find a way to engage into lurkers, which is, of course, is never super fun. The Viper's playing that dance with the High Templar there. Can they get some abducts off, or do they get, feedback? Sit tight. Bottom left base goes down. DNS getting a little bit pincered in. Spire and the Bane Nest coming up as well. And continue to get that going. Well, look, it's still coming about. Spire and the Bane Nest continue coming through. It's going to get rid of some of this creep. As you actually get an abduct on the Oracle, which is always nice. Getting rid of the Oracle and the information that the Oracle gains is a pretty big deal. Going to push straight forwards. A couple lurkers getting shot down. DNS, though, is not full of supply either. Still getting to more and more carriers, however, and if we continue in that direction, I do see Yakov having issues. Time Warp goes down. DNS will have a Nidus in his main base, but if he wins this fight, that might not matter, because I don't know what young Yakov can justify sending in that Nidus, as he's honestly losing this fight over here right now. High Templars, though, do not get the storms off initially. Finally, they did. There's a few lurkers, I think, that have popped out of that Nidus, so it's definitely scary, but carriers are starting to play the cleanup, so it's not that scary. DNS still on the other side of the map. Is going to be pushing onto a base now. That hatchery will go down. And more Hydras popping out is a good way to get rid of the defensive carriers, and maybe Yakov can still tilt this fight in the main in his favor. We're going to recall home. And now we engage, but obviously engaging into those lurkers. We're all stacked up. It's kind of ugly. Lurkers are still here, still firing, finally starting to drop. The Hydra trying to hold their ground in the front, though. Let the lurkers live a little longer. Zealot show up as well. Yakov in the end, his supply is just about fading away. Damn. That was quite the situation. That was quite the situation as our Hydra lurker continues to set up. Just going to go back onto this set of rocks, open that up as well. It's funny because I feel like it actually absolutely was better for DNS. You come out of this, resource lost is in your favor, you're still in a good work count, you still got good amount of bases up. Army continues to gather in the center for the moment. Storms going down. I mean, these storms have been great, and this time it's not enough lurkers to really push you away from this. Yeah, that's taking losses, though. I guess the lurkers did get some damage done on their initial trades there. Things will calm and resettle for another few moments now. Here comes Yakov back on offense. Look, is Buttering cannon going down. Battery in some trouble. Moving over to that right-hand side. Couple of those cannons taking hits. I honestly think DNS has too many carriers for Yakov to really deal with. If he just gets rid of the Hydras, I think he can just stand and fight this. And that really looked like a lot of interceptors, but they're dying pretty quickly. The Hydras +3 missiles are doing a lot of work on those interceptors. And he might still be able to break through. Corrupt is now building up as the follow-up here from Yakov, so we are going to see the next stage of this being established as well. Jason carriers, Archons continue to push back. We do see 2 more carriers coming up. 14 Corruptors on the way in. Things move back around to the top. Corruptor, Hydra, Lurker, all producing through. Extractor and more creep tumors coming up as well. Corruptor's going to gather there with the Viper, and Lurker's just going to unburrow. And Archon or 2 setting up. Some units are getting ready on the bottom right side. DNS is going to be given time to rebuild. But of course, this time young Yakov's going to come with a Corruptor force to try and take out the air army. So this is going to get a little bit different to what we've seen in the previous fights at the very least. DNS attempting to re-establish that 5th base one more time. Bring that up. The Lurker's coming through. Still plenty of those coming up as that Corruptors get to the left. Just going to grab the Observer. I guess the issue for DNS is if he can't keep a 5th alive, you run into a lot of problems here as well. So this time he does keep it up. Tempest start to fire up some shots. Look, is burrowing into an insta-kill. Comes back around the right, couple Corruptors still coming through. One more Corruptors for Yakov here as we approach 18 minutes here on Golden Aura already. Corruptors straight into the caustic spray on the Nexus. Nice kill. Great way to just utilize the Corruptors as well. If you can do anything as on top of trading with the carriers and so on, you're pretty much going to be super happy with your Corruptors, right? And that's exactly what happens there. They get a base, so you absolutely take that. Been a very interesting game. We're ending up in a fairly cozy macroable position for both players, though. Army turns back to the right. Chitinous plane coming up, +2 Carapace, +1 fire Carapace even, so again, some more upgrades up in the skies invested into. All of that being brought on in. Ling's is going to wrap around. Fallon goes down. The Archon actually going to get wrapped around as well. Lings will take that off. Nice little just pull things right, and they're just going to try and deny this base from coming back online. Beautiful little move. Such low investment for the number of Lings you send forwards. But honestly pretty distracting. And look at all the Zealots that warp in all the way over here, while DNS is otherwise out in the middle of the map, and those distractions giving potential threats for the Corruptors to come through. That's a good feedback into good storms. High Templars are currently able to get away with leading the charge, which can go wrong very quickly if Lurkers are in range and then the High Templars disappear, but for now, not a problem. Moving up this ramp, do we really want to fight? That's the question mark. We lose the Oracle. Well, gonna have to replace that before you fight. You typically want those Lurkers to be revelated so you have detection guaranteed throughout the entire course of a engagement. Corruptors, Lurkers, moving about. Sitting tight in the center still. Do have tectonic destabilizers coming up, our shields coming through. That's some good storms, some good interceptor usage. Chasing those corruptors away for the moment as the left side attack does not go anywhere. And DNS, two more Stargates, taking the gold. I think he's kind of ready to just settle down himself. He does not feel the need to go pushing into a defensively positioned Zerg. Couple spores go down. Tempest is going to fire. Another spore gets killed. Well, this is a great angle. I don't think he actually wanted to attack in, but if his opponent isn't positioned properly, then you go and take advantage of that. 17 drones die. You get rid of a couple units on top of it, and that turns into a rather lovely fight. And DNS looking to make this a PvP finals if he can win this series. This is still just game number 1 though. We'll abduct there. Do we capitalize? Second abduct needed. We still don't kill because the Argon's got enough. A third abduct to finally kill that carrier. We're also rebuilding into Ultras, but there's a bunch of Immortals already. I'm not convinced this DNS army is really that scared of the Ultras, to be honest. No, Pros is going to go mine away on the gold. Archons and so on pushing up. Time coming down. Here we go. The Ultras do get a wrap around. This would be the time for them to maybe make something happen as we actually have to recall out. I mean, I guess the Ultras on a full surround are pretty freaking terrifying, so understandable move made there. Did you escape away? Yakov coming down the bottom. Hytemna's going to morph into that Archon. Corruptors are just going to go chasing. Viper's going to get an abduct off. Voids will activate prismatic alignment. Actually, Void's very good against the majority of this army. They do not get parasitic bombed. It's the carrier that got parasitic bombed. So actually, oh, I think one of the Voiders did, but it's not the one that was in the clump of Voids. Crypto's still moving forward. Young Yakov is taking a great fight here. We'll just clean out that 6 o'clock base. Still going to be seeing the army pushing those corruptors back through the center. Bottom left base going to be in trouble. Man, what a great game. DNS actually really felt like he was in control, no? But young Yakov got a rebuild. The Ultras were so good for him in the fights. And I think DNS just not really expecting Ultras for the first fight. Overstepped his boundary that he should have stayed behind. And that really opened the door for future success. Now, armies continue to gather up. I'm just going to get rid of the hive in the main base. I mean, that's neat and all, but DNS is kind of without an army at the moment. Uncle activates. And drones going down. I mean, nice, but again, is this really going to save the day as Ultras and Corruptors come sweeping forward? Here we go. Corruptors is going to dive into this. There's honestly enough Corruptors. I think we can just send it. Parasitic bombs coming down from the Vipers. The Vipers do die. Obviously difficult to replace now. The Hive is dead. DNS honestly takes a pretty decent fight. It's just the Corruptors at the end are still going to be very high in numbers. And he says GG. Yakov will take game number 1. So Yakov opens one game up in this best of 3. Heading to a game 2. Yakov in the lead. Guys, I'll be one moment while we get this next game set up. I will not go far. I'll be right back. Welcome back, as game 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. In the bottom right, our red Zerg player is young Yakov taking the 1-0 lead. Now, best of 3. Up against the blue Protoss top left, DNS. Sorry guys, I'm going to be a little bit quiet at the very start of this game. I'm just going to put you on Indy's camera, and I'll be a moment or two. I'll be back to cast this game properly. Hey guys, sorry for that. Welcome back. Now to get up and rolling. Ready to rumble on this game number 2. Stargate opening from DNS, nothing too wild to begin with there. So just settle down. Things moving around that right-hand side. Oracle and Warp Gate continue to come through for the moment. Oracle 5's through. The adept going to be here. Say drone skills. Young Yakov not off to a hot start. DNS going to be dominating the word count. However, there's lings across the map that's going to be needing to be dealt with. We're going to lose a gateway. Oh, finish that off. And lose a couple more lings having to dive back for it, but we do kill a gateway. I mean, you're down 12 workers. I feel like we need more than this, as we have more lings being made. I'm going to start going on to the Cybernex core, but the next gateway is up. I'm not really sure this is going to go anywhere at all. As young Yakov, the fact he's making more lings and now he's realizing this isn't going to work and now he builds drones is horrendous for him. Because he was already behind, and now instead of catching up, he's trying to do more damage, which is unlikely to work because he just lost the rest of the lings. Let's see how things continue about. Queens are going to be gathering. This Link is going to go moving up, going to go towards the Nexus in this battery here. Just going to put some damage on that. That's coming up, to be fair. I guess young Yakov is still trying to stick to it. He made a few drones, but now he's going to go back into everything else. Link's coming about. Oracle's still chilling overhead. The Ling Bane continues through, +1 and Blink on the way up, as we do have the extra gates coming about as well. The Oracle's going to activate. They're going to find a bunch of Banelings here, so nice to get rid of some Banes before this attack commits through as DNS. Well, hold this and you're golden, right? Basically is what this comes down to right now. Plain and simple. As the Banes are going to crash through, but I don't think it matters if you lose this base. Just hold your natural. I'm actually kind of surprised that young Yakov's even bothering with the third base. If DNS loses nothing, apart from the third and the probes on that third, I think he's just in an incredible position once Blink and +1 is done. I don't see what young Yakov can do to actually have good numbers at that point against those units. When those upgrades are finished, the Queens do get away right now, but they're a long way from home. There's no way those Stalkers can't do something about those Queens walking back. A little bit of a shame that DNS didn't pull the probes to the natural. I think that would have been just, you know, nice. Keep those alive, retake the third. You already have the probes ready to saturate it again. Excuse me, sorry. As that Ling Bane comes back up the top. Oracle's along the bottom again. +1 and Blink coming through. Extra Stalkers coming about. Reactivate the Queens. First one goes down. Spore firing. Oracle's taking shots. I think it's going to get back to the center. The Oracle's going back around on the right. Extractors, Rotron, continuing to build here on the side of young Yakov. Melee upgrade still coming through. Oracle's moving around there. The Queen's going to be ready to shoot. +1 melee upgrade coming through. Again, Charge and Stalkers still building. We do have everything from DNS coming around the bottom. Stasis wards are going to set up. We've seen our Queens getting chased away up to the high ground. Hatchery finishes on the 6 o'clock. Urge speed will be building. Again, just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming back through. Hatchery will take some more damage. Everything's coming back from the center, and the Stalkers will finish off this hatch. That will go down, like I said, DNS. As soon as he counterattacks, it's going to be a great spot because he didn't lose anything while losing the third base. Yeah, okay, lost some of the probes, but it just means that he's been building up the entire time. And young Yakov has not been able to build up in the same way because he's obviously been committing to that attack, and he's then been kind of building up into the kind of catch-up. I do feel like DNS still needs to go for more, and this is the moment to kind of keep it going. And I appreciate there's Lings here, and the Oracles do not have as much energy as they might like, but I feel like just a 9 of 4th. I'm not as sure if that's... I don't know, maybe it's fine because you're building your own third up now, so it's 3 bases each. So maybe this is okay. I just feel as though I was expecting it to be at least a little bit more, you know? Just a little tiny bit as Stalkers come through, 3 teams going down. Things continue to move around the top. Bane speed, Roach speed continuing up, +2. Attack upgrade and a few more probes coming about as well. Stalkers firing, couple Queens taking shots. Lings, Roaches, Ravage continue to come in. We are going to be seeing the Stasis Ward goes off. The Stasis on the other side as well. As DNS just stayed too long with these Stalkers. Answer is yes when you're having to recall away like this. I honestly clean up pretty nice for Yakov, considering he got Stasis in a big way. DNS, he had something of a retreat plan. Without the Stasis, he would have lost so much more. Let's move into the natural. A couple drones start to go down. I think young Yakov's right to just spam units and go. Temple Archive's not done just yet. We will have +2 attack as DNS, but we might not have Archons. Depending on what he prioritizes, he has 1200 gas, so he probably will be onto Archons pretty quickly, but... I mean, this attack's ready to go. No, we're going to turn around. Yakov, go! I mean, I understand he's got more units coming, but... And the Queens as well. I think you just go, though. The 3 Archons are now morphing in. You have Hydras here to kill the Oracles. I think the sooner you go, the better for you. These Archons are going to finish. Super Battery will come online. If the Bane's going to find the Super Battery, that would not be so bad. As the Archon's taking some of the shots, even some corrosive files as well. DNS just says GG. How about that for young Yakov to power through and to win out game number 2. Man, kind of a crazy series. Lots of twists and turns on this one. The young Yakov will fight his way into the finals where he's going to be taking on Lancer in a cheeky little best of 3 to determine a bit of a difference in prize money. $50 for first place, $25 for second. Perfect. All right, we're going to swap on over to Americas then and get that ready to go, hopefully fairly soon. Get that set to rumble. Kick this off and see what will happen next. As we get ready to go. Alright, so just waiting a couple, like I said, get this underway. Lancer versus young Yakov in our finals today. And we'll have one last best of 3 for us, guys. Awesome, so Lancer versus young Yakov coming up. I've been thinking, I do have a Twitch bounty to do, and I'm just wondering if I should do it today. And I'm kind of leaning towards maybe we should do it today. So we might do that when we wrap up. Because this qualifier is going to be pretty quick anyways, compared to what I thought, so not so bad. So yeah, maybe we do that once we round out here. So yeah, Yakov and Lancer will be videoing, guys. We'll be into this ASAP for you all. Keep the games going. We will go from there. Perfect. Do. Okay, just waiting for our first map to come up, see what this may be. Again, appreciate you all dropping by, tuning in, hanging out with us today. We have a longer stream, nice to be online for a little while. We'll obviously have some longer streams next week as well. Actually, we're going to have long streams tomorrow. We're going to have a Battle Aces tournament following some World Team League action, so tomorrow's going to be a busy one as well. Alcyone going to be the opening map of this PVZ. Lancer hosts us up. We get this ready to go. Oh, we're going to have the question if first map is meant to be Golden Aura. Just having some conversation about the map. Hey, Grummold, thank you so much for the 38-month resub on the Prime. If you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously do consider subscribing and so on. It helps out massively. It goes such a long way just being able to run these events and so on. So do check that out. Always appreciate it. I'm going to host because no one else is hosting anymore. Cool. Alright, let's jump into Golden Aura. Let's get this on the way. Into game number 1 of our final series of the day then, guys. Let's have a good one. As we have in the top left-hand side, this is going to be our red Protoss. It is Lancer. And in the bottom right, our blue Zergy. It's going to be young Yakov. Can he take down the win for $50? It's $50 versus $25. And one of those best of 3. In the bottom right, young Yakov then. We'll see if he can keep his streak alive. He's had a good run, man. 2-0 Christiana, 2-0 TNS. Pretty sick. Once we get this up and running. We're just going to move into the main. It's going to be seeing the extractor, hatch, and pool all coming about. Then gateway coming up as well at the front. The overlord continues to the upper left-hand side. Nothing really that wild about our first few moments here, so everything looking pretty regular in that regard. Nexus, Cybercore, Simulator coming through, probe on the way up. This is just settled down, the gas comes into the main base. Let me just get this all ready to roll, see where we're going to go, see how we're going to do things. This probe going to nibble at some of these drones, a little bit of damage being dealt. And that warp gate coming in, Stalker and Nexus continuing through for the moment. Probe move about, few lings on the way, warp gate, ling speed all coming around here, the adept and the stargate coming up as well. Just going to see that hatchery dropping down on the third base, and again the probe working up the left hand side. Have an overlord here that took a couple pings of damage but nothing too wild, in the stargate from Lancer. Going to give us a fairly regular start for the moment. Well, that's great and all, but honestly, DNS has been playing anything but very regular games thus far. As our Stalker comes through, just going to grab a cheeky little ling. Picking that one off to start us off here. Now that Adept going to move out down to the bottom right. Away we go. Obviously, again, Oracle Adept coming through. Like I said, kind of intrigued as to what the hell we do on the side of Yakov. He's been kind of wild. He's been a bit of a wild card so far. It'll be fun to see what goes down throughout the course of this. Spell coming up, couple queens coming through. Just have ourselves the Oracle and the Wolf Gate continuing to produce at the moment as the Oracle goes all the way down bottom right. Trying to see what's going on. Oracle would love to try and get rid of some of these drones. Not quite able to though. Queen's able to put some damage in. Again, Twilight and the Forge still coming up. Extra drones coming about. Rotron building. Extractor coming through. Lings in production as well. All of that still builds here. Twilight Forge continuing to produce. We're trying to get some more stasis wards down. I'm just going to get this one to go off. What we doing? Yakov, no! Just eats the stasis. Oh, that's brutal. Does have adepts coming in over here that he has to deal with, but that, I mean, okay, he deals with the adepts very well, but the stasis is actually brutal. Gets one more drone. Does Lancer, in fact, make it 2? Not going to find 3. Some damage on the Oracle. Don't stop. You're going to die. Okay, good. Keep moving. And this was crazy all around. Is gonna see a Link counterattack. Can they actually fight this? I feel like they might be able to. Six drones on the way up as young Yakov is still in threat, taking damage. I love that target fire in the Oracle, but just not quite good enough to get there. Do have again Robo Facility, 10 block guys coming up, Extra Gates coming through. Yes, yeah, Archon continues to go Morphinon in for the moment. Getting settled down. Archon setting up, another pylon coming out over to the side. Archon, Nexus, Robo Facility all being brought in. Melee missiles, Roach Speed, and Hydra's range getting built from Yakov. I'm not sure if this is something that Lancer wants to go attacking into right now, honestly. I think we've got to be a little bit careful here. Oh Lord, I'm just going to be taking some damage. We chase around a Ling Roach still. Just set that and maybe try and go make something happen. Roach is going to come through. Ling's going to go on the Nexus. And Robo Facility, Robo Bay continue to come about. +2 attack and Blink on the way. Immortal continuing to build. Now Stasis Wards are going to get set up around that right side. Zealots charge forward. A couple of Crypt Humans go down. I mean, Lance just very happy moving into his tech, but if Yakov hits here, this is when Yakov is at his absolute most dangerous. Let's see if he can make something happen. There's a couple corrosive files, not really going to do much. Hits a sentry. Force fields are interestingly placed. I'm not sure how much they're really achieving right now. And I mean, the thing is, the units behind the force fields are still able to join the fight. Like, they're all still shooting. So I actually don't know if I really like those force fields at all. The Oracles will go after the few Hydras that are here. Yakov's supply is absolutely storming upwards, while Lance's unfortunately is just not really holding out. Can we get rid of that Immortal? Corrosive Bile, ooh, does not land on it. A bit down to the south and it would have had it. That Immortal is the one thing that's really kind of holding anything together here, but with a few more Hydras showing up and the DPS to get through the Zealots, it does look as though Yakov is going to have enough to win out game one. At the very least, he's going to do some critical damage on this triangular base and, I mean, pretty much kill it. And like I said, I'm not sure if we can get enough units out to really shut this down and turn it around at all. Andres is going to keep on fighting, as we do see the Ravagers as well continue to push forward for a moment. Andres is going to come over, a couple of Archons moving through. Dive on in, couple disruptor shots going to come about. One disruptor shot, two disruptor shot. I mean, they're going to be nice. Does that save you? I mean, maybe it does if we can get enough of it up. You got to do a few of these disruptor shots. You don't die right now. More disruptors pop. You might be able to get this on the go. But, Robo facility taking some damage. We're going to be seeing the rest of this continue to come through. With the disruptor shot coming about, then we'll continue to go for more. As our Lings and our Hydras and our Roaches just want to keep up the pressure. We've got a Lurker Den behind this, so we are taking up as Yakov. 5th base on the way into position as well. I was going to see another disruptor shot down there. It's only going to let a couple of Roaches, but it's still something in setting up. Damage continuing to be done. One more shots continuing to come on by. "13 probes getting killed." I mean, again, nice from Yakov, but he is still not quite there in terms of just continuing through and overwhelming. He's on Vipers now. I mean, don't get me wrong, his tech has continued to come online, but has it been enough overall? A couple of High Templars warping in, Seismic Spine still coming up, plus 2 missiles, and melee on the way through. Roach Hydra Ling continues to build. Plus 3 attack coming up to being halfway done, and Nexus coming through as well, also coming up to being about halfway done, plus 2 missiles, and melee continue to come online. I see those few Zealots moving off over to the sides. Nice little abduct combo, Archon and Immortal. We will not finish the Immortal though. We could have abducted it again if we wanted to. I think we've got other plans, although now we eat some feedbacks. What do we prioritize the abduct on? Get rid of a disruptor in the back? Yeah, get rid of that. Super battery's going to pop up here. The thing is, Yakov has so much, and he can bleed some of it into the natural as well. So while some units do honestly just fine against this super battery set of Archons, we're going to get into the natural and deal damage. However, the Zealot counterattack is massive for 14 drones currently. I just don't think Lancer survives back over here. Storm on the way, but will we ever get to truly see Storm's landing? No. GG's. And Yakov takes game 1 of the best of 3. So Yakov off to a strong start in the series. It got a little scary just because I think it was so comfortable for him, or was meant to be so comfortable for him. The fact it didn't end was kind of like a, wait, what? Huh? You know? So it got a little bit weird and wild, but we got there in the end. Get ready for our game 2 in just a couple moments as these guys will host us up, and we'll get that off and away. So yeah, getting that started very shortly. Alcini will be map 2, so we get this one hosted up. This is the map we'd accidentally hosted this map on previously. We had a little bit of a kerfuffle over, but We're actually going to go into it this time. Get this started up and get this underway. And see what will happen. Game number 2. Let's go. Bottom left, our red Protoss player. Down a game, can he pull it back? It is Lancer. Long day for him. He played in the earlier qualifier as well. It's obviously super late right now in China. See if he can pull it back from the 1-0 deficit against Yakov, who is popping at the moment. Game at number 2. Well, Yakov got it interesting as well. Patch gas and pooling coming on in. We got a Nexus and a Gateway coming up as well, so the Nexus starts over on the natural. Rover's going to be chilling out the front. Yeah, as we get set on this game too. A few lings coming up, a couple queens and ling speed coming about as well, so we continue to bring that out as the Stargate drops down in the main base, so we get that underway too. Fairly standard start. Patreon is going to transfer out across the map, so we are going to go super aggro here, apparently. As, what's our little plan? Are they meant to be? I mean, just a few drones? Chill, 4 drones. Just going to go for a little wraparound with the mineral walk. If you don't get a wall off up for this, it can actually be pretty bad. I don't think we're going to get a wall for this. It's just going to mean there's damage on the Stalker on the other side, and the drones can obviously then play the blocking game as well to stop a wall-off coming online. So that's exactly what that drone tries to do here, as the Lings are going to start breaking through on the Stalker. They're going to push through. Oh, that's probably game, because that's going to be way too many Lings, and we're not going to get another unit out of this gateway. Oracle is on the way up, but it's got a long way to go. Okay, that's actually a Void Ray first. The Void Ray is out. Void Ray is actually very bad at killing Zerglings, though. It takes quite a long time. And the Lings are going to leak up into the main base now, where they can go after all the rest of the probes. I think easily get all the rest of the probes before we're really going to get cleaned up or anything. Going to realize that the Oracle is on the way over on this pylon. Does that Oracle get out? I don't think so, right? There's going to be even less DPS available. Lancer says GG's. And Yakov takes it with a decisive 2-0 to round us out in today's final qualifier for the WardiTV Summer Bash. So congrats to Yakov, takes it 2-0, and he will be advancing, well, he will be winning the qualifier. Both these players are qualified. GG's. Alright guys, that's going to be wrapping us up for the day. I'm not going to do my bounty. I think I'm going to save it for over the weekend or something. Yeah, I appreciate you all dropping by today. Really cool to see some viewers on the stream and to get the numbers rolling again. Obviously, we are going to have our tournament coming up next week, Tuesday and Thursday, Group A, Group B, so make sure you drop by for that to see all the players you've seen qualifying and stuff take part. Skillless, Oliveira, Rogue, Solar, Bjorn, Spirit, Classic Trap, Art, DNS, Lancer, Young Yakov, and most likely some great invites as well, if I had to wager a guess. And, yeah. That's about it for us. So thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow I'm going to go live with World Team League. Once World Team League is done, we'll be having a Battle Aces tournament. We have over $3,000 on the line. And it's going to be a 2-day thing. So tomorrow's going to be a bunch of best of 7 show matches. And the day after will be something kind of fun we'll mention at the time. So we're going to have tomorrow, I think, $1,600 given away over the course of best of 7 show matches, featuring players such as Parting, Stefano, Clem, Trigger, Demu, Pappy, Vibe, Theory, and so on. So we're going to do WTL for 3 hours. Once 3 hours is up, I got to swap into Battle Aces and do that tournament I just talked about. Should be fun doing something a little bit different. And yeah, I think that is it for us today. So just get you hyped for that. I run a set of ads on the outro, and then once the ads are done, I'll be all done. So I'll be hosting someone up and spreading the love. So thanks so much for watching, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft and some Battle Aces as well. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Bye.